checks, we're strapped in, ready to go, burners running. Are we ready for an air show? It is such a pleasure to invite you here on such a wonderful, wonderful day. It's so lovely to see so many of you coming back as well, and newcomers today. You're all very, very welcome indeed. We're going to go upside down, inside out. We're going to go wow, we're going to wave, and we're going to have an awful lot of fun for the next, would you believe, 5 hours of roller coaster entertainment. Some of the finest aircraft and pilots that this country has produced are going to be here today entertaining you in what is just the most perfect day. Absolutely wonderful to be here. You've heard some of the briefings, part of our pre-flights. Part of that, of course, get yourself a program. With that, you'll get today's flying schedule. It always changes a little bit from what we publish in the program, but it is all still flying, which is fantastic. We had a bit of a roller coaster road getting here, with a bit of problems with the weather, a few technical issues, but today we're definitely going to peak with full wow. And then, of course, the firework activity is going to take the show right through until well past 9 o'clock this evening as well. So pick up the program. It all helps keep the show going, as you've heard from my chums in Radio Airbourne. And there are a lot of people walking around with red tabards on. They're really, really important because they got buckets, and at the moment they are not very full, and we need to fill those buckets up before you all leave this afternoon. But don't forget, general rules of the parade here today. We want you all clapping, waving, shouting and screaming. I want the little ones, please help me spot the aircraft. They come in from all sorts of directions. We've got aircraft coming from North Weald, Shoreham, Coningsby, Leeds, would you believe, and Southend as well. So all over southern England and a little bit of the north as well. We need you to work this out. We're a big team effort. We're going to have a great day out this afternoon. But hats, sunscreen, hydration. Just remember those 3 things. The sun, still very strong. The wind, a little bit cool, just cooling you down, but not enough to stop you getting burned. Please, please look after the children in particular. Make sure they've got a hat on, and make sure they drink plenty of fluids and take some sun cream as well. And that includes the grown-ups too. Make sure you all stay together. Keep an eye on each other. Keep hold of all your belongings, please, at all stages during the day. It avoids any other unnecessary incident. And when it's great to see you in the water, when the flying starts, please stay close to the beach. That all helps us get through the day. But if anything remotely worries you at all, just speak to any of the friendly stewards and the policemen around here today, and they will certainly help have the day. Now, the show is going to be split into 3 parts today. We start off a little bit gentle and with a little bit of memorial stuff as well, of course, with the Battle Memorial Flight. But Big Penchy Jets doing something very different, which is just a terrific opportunity for you photographic enthusiasts. Middle of the day, we go into sort of a bit more gentle stuff with some easy aerobatic, very smooth aerobatic aviation activity. The wonderful Team Raven rapidly have become one of the most popular teams in the country, and some single aircraft demonstrations as well. And then an absolute power play of the last hour of the afternoon, just full of everything you want. A vintage jet, the Red Arrows, and of course the Tigers as well. So buckle up, settle in, get what you need, organize the kids, get settled, and we're going to have a great, great afternoon. Flying starts in less than, it's just about 10 minutes from now. And as I say, pick up that all-important program with today's flying schedule on it to make sure you don't miss a thing. The great things that appeared for very, very early days. You'll know the name Richard Goodwin because he's usually here in his little red and white aeroplane. We're going to see him today with a very, very different machine that's fitted with jet engines as well. And I can show you it's a very, very different display. But more of that. And of course, I've also, being a Sunday, I've got a few guests coming in to have a quick chat with me as well. Chaps that helped me at various other events, Farnborough, Bournemouth. Oh, did I mention that other word? I should retract that immediately. Airbourne is, of course, the place to be, but we've got, of course, people from the BBMF and other teams coming in to join us as well. And right at the end of the day, of course, Musk will be back. Red 10, tell us all about the fantastic red arrows. But right now, what happens building up to it? We really set the scene. We go through a whole series of different safety parameters to ensure that we've got this set. You see a lot of boats out there. Well, they've all been stationed on the other side of the air display area, which we must keep clear. So they're under nautical maritime directions from the harbour master. Up in the sky, as we're now discussing and singing along to Mr. Blue Sky, exactly what we want, coordinated with all the other local airfields, particularly bringing these aircraft from all around different parts of southern England. That has to be very carefully managed. Got a whole team upstairs doing that. They're from TSA under command of Dave Walton here today, and absolutely experts in their field. And then there's a little line there. You can see a few small boys. We want you to keep in swimming close to the shore, if you would do, for the next 4 or 5 hours. I'll tell you when it's safe to go out a bit further. We have got a couple of tea breaks for you, and you can then sort of go out a little bit further. But there are patrols out there. They will get onto you if you're straying too far and it interrupts the flying. Talking of which, if you're thinking of putting anything in the air, just forget about it, okay? Whether it's a hat, an umbrella, well, we'll let you wave your hats and put them back on your heads, but kites, balloons, and definitely drones, absolute no-no. They are banned from this location for the duration of the air show, and of course, it does interfere and could be very, very dangerous to flying operations. So please bear with us in that. And of course, your own personal safety and security as well. Absolutely essential that we keep everybody safe as possible to enjoy it, and that means looking after yourselves, looking after the kids and all your belongings as well. But the great news is you can hear the radio cackling away now. This is when it starts to get really exciting. The pilots themselves are checking in. They're going through their own pre-flight drills especially, and we'll be starting off in about 3 minutes time. Coming in high on the right-hand side, please welcome our first act of today, the Strikemaster pair. These two very early generation jets, emanating really after a long line of what was a very successful range of Jet Provost aircraft. That lineage going way back to the early 50s with Hunting Percival, when the British Royal Air Force needed obviously a new training aircraft to follow on from its first generation jets that were being used. And so between 55 right through to 93, the Jet Provost provided the mainstay of the training base for literally thousands and thousands of different pilots. Well, these two aircraft represent the very top end of development, right at the tail end to the variation of a Mark V Jet Provost, a 5A, which was then turned into a combat platform and also a very successful export process as well for the companies making it. These aircraft, however, have a long history with foreign affairs and also air forces in the Middle East, and you'll see they're in two very distinctive colour schemes. One we refer to as the grey one. That's got a very strong background in the Omani Air Force, and the other one we call the brown and green one, and that's also got Middle Eastern connections with the Royal Saudi Air Force. In the hands today, two extremely competent and well-known pilots. Sean Chiddington is leading the spares today, and his wingman is Bertie Ian Brett. And if you were here some years back, you may recall he used to be involved with the Tutor display team. So first half, as you can see, a sequence of very graceful pairs manoeuvres, maintaining this time a fairly slack formation, very much in a battle formation where they're spread apart, so the wingman has very good visibility ahead, behind and around the leading member. Both the aircraft based up at Havilland with the North Wales Military Aviation Services outfit, owned and run by Mark Petrie, himself not available to fly for us this weekend, but a thoroughbred Welsh company who have achieved considerable success and a well-earned reputation as experts on these aircraft, the Strikemaster. So as I mentioned, the first part of the show very much sees the aircraft conducting close formation aerobatics. Speeds just a little over 300 knots, but remaining close in. And you'll see during the course of the afternoon, when we go into the more modern generation 4 and 5 jets, the difference in the airspace that's required with the relative lack and variation of performance. During the course of the display, the aircraft will eventually split and become very much like the synchro pair that the Red Arrows perform with some individual aerobatics and also in tail trace manoeuvres as well. Speeds will vary throughout the display between 100 and around about 350 knots. And the aircraft capable of pulling 5.5 G. And lots about G today. It's 5.5 times. Great photo opportunity now as they split at Crowd Centre. So he'll get a chance now to see a little bit more of pairs manoeuvring, but also individual shots of the aircraft as well. The grey one I referred to earlier is a Mark 82. It belongs to the Strikemaster Flying Club up at Havilland. Imported by Mark in 2004 from Oman. and really in just the most delightful, immaculate grey camouflage colour scheme, having served with the Royal Air Force of Oman. That aircraft is actually the youngest of all the Strikemakers ever produced, being built as a one-off in 1986. It's got a deeper history than we can go into here, but essentially it's on the back end of what was a deal for the Sudanese, but that fell through as a result of various export restrictions, and borrowed parts from a number of other aircraft back into what you're seeing this afternoon. It's also got very, very low time, just around about 2,500 hours, and carrying two 100-litre tanks on the inboard wings to supply the smoke system. The other aircraft, also part of the North Wales organisation run by Mark Petrie, but actually part of his leasing company, started life for serial number 1120 for the Royal Saudi Air Force, but the wings on this aircraft didn't actually see service with them. They were actually saw service with the Omanis, would you believe, during the Dhofar War on a Sultan of Oman's Air Force aircraft number 403. Those wings, you can still see the repairs on those from the bullet holes encountered during the course of that campaign. So Sean's leading the pair this year. He joined the Royal Air Force straight from school and gained his wings on the Hawk, and then became an instructor on the Jet Provost. Represented the RAF as the Jet Provost display pilot in more than 80 shows or so, before then going on to fly the Jaguar, based at Colchester and at Lossiemouth. He flew missions in the Gulf War and the Balkans, and was split in half by a 3-year term with the Red Arrows. During that time, he finished his 3rd year as leader of the Synchro pair, so an absolutely ideal choice for putting this pair's display together as well. Sean ended up as in the Royal Air Force as the Chief Examiner for the Central Flying School, a very prestigious role indeed, and that took him around the world flying a huge number of different types operated across the Royal Air Force. Currently flies the A320. Smoke coming back on, of course, really important, and not just for your own aesthetic delights, but keep your cameras pointed now as they pull up. And that smoke also useful for safety, so that when they do brake, they can keep a very, very close eye on each other's location for obvious safety reasons. Flying as Sean's wingman, we've got Bertie, otherwise known as Ian Brett, and started as a youngster, was a keen PPL pilot and glider pilot, and then served in the Royal Air Force for 13 years after leaving university, mainly flying the Tornado GR4, involved in numerous operational deployments, and finishing up as a qualified pilot navigator instructor, and then as a QFI, a qualified flying instructor on the Tutor aircraft. We'll talk about the elementary training as we go through the afternoon with two representatives of that. So we're going to see the Firefly and the Tutor later on during the day. So nice to get off to a good start with the sound of jet, often referred to as the sound of freedom, of course, particularly in the front line Well, I'm just listening in to see. Right, they've departed en route, so we're looking out for our next aircraft now, which is altogether very, very different. I mentioned the name Richard Goodwin earlier on, and I can assure you, you're going to very much enjoy this next act, because you can't keep up with it. It's a bit like putting yourself in a washing machine, selecting fast spin, and then doing it for about 8 minutes. Not a comfortable role, but in the hands of this particular individual, it is an absolutely outstanding thing to watch indeed. So we'll now be looking out for him. Little aircraft, I'll give you a shout when he comes online, and we'll take a look for that as well. So as soon as you can, because not only is it contributing to the extension of this wonderful show for years and years to come, and hats off to Pete Martin and all the team at Eastbourne Borough Council for making it happen this year. As you're well aware, we're all suffering the cost of living crisis, but nonetheless, if you've got just a tiny bit of cash left, please put it in the buckets. But if you get a program as well, then you get the chance to win a Citizen limited edition Red Arrow Skyhawk AT watch as well. That's courtesy of Bruford's the Jewelers, and we've had so many people helping contribute to the show to keep it on the road that it's just been an enormous team effort. Our grateful thanks, but you're all part of that as well. You are part of the Airbourne team just by being here, and we want you to join in by just contributing a few bob. No such thing as a free lunch, as we know. This is a terrific air show, and we want to keep it going as long as we possibly can. Introduce them to Ace and Amy, the Air Bears, of course. You could also join the club with them too, and get an extra special session with them. Well, you won't be able to do it until next year now, but way before the show opens, this was available. But they can join the club in the meantime, and also get a few gifts and merchandise and things like that as well. So we are going to wind up the sky. This is perfect timing. You just heard the radio cackle again behind me. And there we go. He's been given the words commence display on time. This time I went in to look out towards Beachy Head as well. I hope I'm not wrong, because this is where he came in yesterday. It's a hard to spot. It's a tiny little aircraft, but it's one of the world's most famous and legendary aerobatic aircraft, as is the pilot in recent years, without doubt, a man who has taken this particular genre of aerobatic flying to its extremes by literally overhauling an airframe that has got a history going back to the mid-1940s. designed by Curtis Pitts, then across in the States, literally as a competition aircraft. And it became such a famous performer in so many different air shows, but particularly in this country, with so many well-known pilots like Brian Lacombe and the Rothmans teams, all big names in the 60s and 70s. And we thank them for developing what has become now a very fine art indeed. Not something you can do in your spare time. You really need to have a massive experience for this. Richard's got all that as well. It was in his DNA from the time he was born. His father was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force, and Richard went on to fly Tornadoes in the Royal Air Force before going commercial. He's stopped all that now just to concentrate on developing his own art form with this very, very special aircraft. Okay, I can see a few hands pointing out to the right-hand side. There it is, the little train just coming over the top of Beachy Head in a moment. When he puts the smoke on, you know what that's all about. It also helps with visibility as well, but also aesthetics and safety. He will then dip down, he's running in, and then he will go into his signature arrival and departure phase, which is the knife edge pass. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Yes, it's rip-roaring stuff, this. Absolutely extraordinary. Can you hear that most bizarre noise associated with a propeller-driven aircraft? And that are two little 350 horsepower jets he's got fitted to the forward end of the fuselage, just in front of where he sits. Literally driving it around inverted with virtually no flying speed on the clock at all. Now, it used to be all about energy management. It still is in many respects. That's about using all that height, and now the speed he's getting in the descent to convert that into aerobatic flight. But actually, he's got a little booster rocket on the side now. It really, really sounds strange, doesn't it? Yes, he tumbles, he rolls, he does pinwheels, he does hammerheads. He's got the whole repertoire in his head. And actually, given the way he is qualified and authorized, he can pretty much put any sequence together that he wishes on this absolutely perfect day. You can see this aircraft's got a tremendous rate of roll. And it's been in the hands of so many famous pilots, but here, remaining inverted, he can almost do this all day long. He's the sort of guy that actually gets really bored flying anywhere in a straight and level attitude, and just pads it out, using a bit of rudder here to try and maintain that. So he's maintaining the attitude, but essentially skidding around, turning this into a circle. So that's the bit, all this negative G is the bit that really requires a lot of hard work and training. Pulling the G that he has to, just normal stuff of course, and the aircraft itself is extremely well stressed. Looks like a pit special, certainly doesn't sound like one, does it? And it's been built from scratch really over a period of 4 years, and incorporates many of the tried and tested modifications he put on his red and white aircraft. You may recall G-Whiz. Many differences on this one. The wing design, it's unique. It's got massive ailerons. They're the ones that give you turning capability, and also more wing area. All of that gives it a pretty phenomenal roll rate and a better low-speed handling, and you'll see him come down to virtually no speed at all during the course of this display. Real specialist at this sort of entertainment. You can't buy this off the shelf, and its extensive modification program has given it some really unique capabilities. As unique as the pilot flying them. Right at the heart of this, he's hanging on there now to that 6-cylinder 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine, but actually he could have used the jets a bit longer as he then lets the aircraft tumble down in descent, once again also converting that descent into speed and more power to increase his performance as he pulls up very shortly back into another series of dynamic rolls. Almost freewheeling it, tumbling it through the top of a bendy loop, a sort of heart shape for all those ladies out there, and of course gents too. The standard pit gear that was on it is obviously no longer there. The engine mounts have been modified to take a new titanium sprung gear legs, and there's a new shaped carbon cowling as well, and that helps reduce the weight of the machine and also reduce what we call its drag profile. So all the time, every modification has improved the performance of this extraordinary aircraft. This big rudder on the back end as well makes it look good, and also gives it really powerful yaw control. Just a reminder, what you're watching is the world's first jet-powered pit special biplane. Utterly fantastic and extraordinary machine. Delightful man to work with, really intense. He spends as much time in the engine shed and his hangar as he does flying the aircraft. He just loves every bit of it. It's taken him years to get the certification to do this display with this modified jet version. And there you see now he is genuinely hanging there with no forward airspeed at all. He'll shortly go gyroscopic, I would imagine. Yes, the wings are just turning there now, and that is on the residual power of the propeller, of course. To stop that, he'd need a little rotor on the back end of the aircraft, and that would just turn it into a helicopter. So most unusual to see an aircraft in those sort of configurations. Got a max speed of 200 miles an hour, stall speed of 50 miles an hour, but there you can see it's nonsense, isn't it, when you can actually hover with a pair of jets on your engine. Towering up, he could almost keep this going forever, but just letting the airspeed drop away now. Definitely gyroscopic movement going on there. And again, he can't do much with that. He is playing about with it. He's thinking of just moving the angle at which the two jets are positioned so that he can reduce that gyroscopic effect and just keep the aircraft stable vertically in the hover. He is really pushing the boundaries of this particular design. And again, you can imagine what it's like in the cockpit there. Absolute mayhem. The stick is going all over the place there as he pulls it back, then pushes it forward, left and right. It does extraordinary things to your body. And as I say, you've got to get up and do this at least 3 times a week just to keep current at the sort of pressures that we're standing between negative and positive G. It doesn't have any protection equipment like the modern Typhoon pilots do. They wear an all-body G-suit. This is all down to training and gutsy flying and using straining maneuvers to ensure that the blood stays remotely at least close to the brain. Once again, just using these bits, he just checks his T's and P's, the instruments, to ensure that everybody's working in these quiet moments, and there are only very few of them, before then using all that descent speed to shoot it back in the air, and yet another hover. It's like a hoverfly, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. And hear those jets roaring. Quite bizarre. Of course, 2 separate fuel systems as well for this, as well as 2 different engine systems. An awful lot of wires and handles in the cockpit. A stunning machine. taking a little break, just taking a look down at you as well. Now, once you give this guy at the end a huge send-off, won't you? He'll be looking at you. He'll be sort of not quite upside down when he finishes, but he'll be looking through the top of his canopy. You just wait and see. Now, this is a lovely spiral climb, and it's almost as if it's the reverse helter-skelter, isn't it? You can just sort of keep going up and up and up and up and up. It's almost unlimited capability with that extra power there. And the reason for that, of course, is that he's producing more power than the entire weight of him and the aircraft. We couldn't wish for a better day to see this man performing. Got bored with doing that, so he thought I'd throw in a few tumbles and come back down to not quite terra firma, but terra maritime, that's for sure. And here, just letting the engines cool down a little bit in that descent. Once again, just gets his head together, thinks about the next set of sequences, building the speed up as high as he can, getting up towards 300 knots. And then lovely inverted flight, blood rushing to his, turning this into not quite a hesitation roll, but an outward bend now, where he is pushing against himself, and that requires an awful lot of strenuous work. Not a lot you can do to mitigate against negative G. Coming towards the tail end of his display now, he put in a couple of other extra maneuvers before his finale. So here he comes, boys and girls, mums and dads, give him a big wave. He's looking at you at the top of his canopy, even though he's flying the aircraft sideways. Give him a huge wave. Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Fantastic, isn't it? Outstanding end. Our third hover fly technique, and you just see now that residual gyroscopic movement as the prop basically takes over command of the aircraft, albeit in the other direction, and then he just lets the aircraft fall out of the sky. Really, really impressive stuff. There's still the strangest sound associated with this class of aircraft. Coming up to final manoeuvres now. I'm sure he's thinking, well, why don't I just keep going? You know, have a quick chat with the space station maybe. Wave to a few chums in my airline fleet. Yeah, right, okay, Richard, just, yeah, we'll see you another time. Bye, mate. He really is pushing this one. He didn't go anywhere near this high yesterday. Fantastic stuff. And he's decided to knock it off there. That was just absolutely fantastic. I know you can't see yet, but I'll pass on your thanks. Put your hands together for Richard Goodwin. He's a really, really top guy, and a man, a true professional, pushing the boundaries to entertain you here. Well, in a moment we're going to move on to something very different. It's time to not just go vintage, but also to go a little bit memorial and commemorative as well, because it's always a special treat, particularly in the counties around the south and southeast of the coastline. And you know, a nod to the many veterans, and very sadly in the hinterland behind us here, a great history with the fighter bases that were in this area, and of course, very sadly, of course, all the crash sites as well. A huge number of books being written, incidentally, if you're interested in that, about the local area, and the history of the Second World War aircraft flying backwards and forwards. But with the 80th anniversary of D-Day coming up next year as well, then you only have to imagine. But boys and girls, I want you pointing out to the left-hand side now to make sure your mums and dads and your grannies and granddads know where the aircraft are coming from as well, because it is one of our favourite formations as well. And we'll be talking to their specialist commentator in just a moment to get the detail on that. So here we go, just a little bit of mood music. To tell you a little bit more about this amazing team.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne. I'm delighted to introduce the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight to you this afternoon. The BBMF is in its 66th year, having been formed officially in 1957, and our fleet of World War II aircraft are preserved in flying condition as a living tribute to the 120,000 men and women who gave their lives in the service of the RAF. What a beautiful sight, and one that I hope will stay with you for long after this display. Today's display will comprise of the Lancaster, Hurricane and Spitfire. We're all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire and have been since 1976. We are a regular flying squadron of the Royal Air Force. We have a very small but dedicated team of RAF regulars, reserves and civil servants who are all involved in making these displays possible. We have roles ranging from aircraft engineers and pilots to operations, admin, public relations and training personnel who all work hard behind the scenes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, because I'm just going to interrupt briefly because there are some infringers in little kayaks and boats just going into the display area. If you can hear me, would you please make your way back to the beach? Those in the water who are too far out, we please do not spoil it for everybody. Please make your way back towards the beach. Thank you.
We are a living memorial to those that served, honouring and promoting the courage and bravery of those that came before us. However, we also proudly give our support and inspiration to the future generations and support several STEM initiatives through virtual reality and simulator experiences. The Battle of Britain aircraft attend over 900 events with displays and flypasts, meaning we appear in front of millions every summer. We support events from village fêtes to state occasions and travel to all corners of the United Kingdom, as well as occasional visits overseas. The specific aircraft we have for you today are Hurricane PZ-865, Lancaster PA474 and Spitfire AB910. Spitfire AB910 is a Mark 5B with an incredible 143 operational missions to her name, including sorties over D-Day, where she proudly supports and wears the D-Day markings of 64 Squadron. As well as her involvement in D-Day, AB also flew 4 sorties in August 1942 during the fierce aerial battle in support of Operation Jubilee, the Dieppe Raid. One of her pilots, Flight Sergeant Dixie Alexander, was credited with destroying a Dornier 217 bomber in AB 910 during these combats. AB 910 also famously flew the first unauthorised Spitfire passenger. Margaret Horton was weighing the tail down, as was the practice in the day, whilst the aircraft was taxiing to take off. The pilot unknowingly got airborne with Margaret still sat on the tail. Amazingly, Margaret managed to hang on and the pilot safely landed the aircraft. Neither Margaret, the pilot, or the aircraft were harmed. Post-war, AB flew as an air racer for 6 years before being returned to Vickers Armstrong for refurbishment in 1953. After this, it was displayed regularly by the renowned Spitfire test pilot Geoffrey Quill until being donated by the company to BBMF in 1965. A very special Hurricane now, PZ865, was the last Hurricane to be built, rolling off the Hawker production line at Langley in July 1944, with the inscription, "The last of the many," on her port and starboard sides. Keen to preserve the last Hurricane built, Hawkers purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry and kept it in storage at Langley. In 1950, PZ865 was entered in the King's Cup Air Race by Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret and flown by Group Captain Peter Townsend, where he achieved second place. During the 1960s, PZ was returned to its wartime camouflage scheme and made numerous display appearances, often at the hands of the famous fighter pilot and test pilot Bill Bedford. It also appeared in the film The Battle of Britain.
Of course, Liam, it's worth bearing in mind that it was the Hurricane, of course, that bore the brunt of the Battle of Britain, wasn't it? In basically 2-1 hits against the Spitfire. What an outstanding machine, the Spitfire. But it's all the youngsters that we help commemorate here. I know you're going to refer to this later on, but the average age of these pilots, just 22. The life expectancy of fighter pilots, they're just 4 weeks. It's an astonishing, astonishing number. And of the 2,500 who took part in it, 500 more of them weren't even British. It just is a testimony to the courage and dedication. And we take our hat off to what your team are doing every weekend here.
As a special commemoration to the 80th anniversary year of the Dambusters raid, we are delighted to present a unique formation. If you look to your right, ladies and gentlemen, you will see the Lancaster PA474, joined by her modern-day counterpart, the Eurofighter Typhoon, as she completes her display for you today. We hope you enjoy the opportunity to capture the new and the old as they conduct a series of graceful passes prior to the Typhoon commencing its high-performance solo display.
And not an easy formation, that, Liam. They must have spent many hours practicing that. I was lucky to be up at Coningsby a few weeks ago, and you see one bomber flat out, one other sort of bomber, multi-role aircraft, pretty much on the stall. An extraordinary, real special treat for the photographers here today.
Absolutely, real test of skill. Our Avro Lancaster PA-474 is only one of two of these iconic four-engine heavy bombers still airworthy out of nearly 7,400 that were built. She is a flying memorial to those who served in RAF Bomber Command and those who tragically lost their lives. PA-474 was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Havilland in 1945 at the end of the war and did not see any operational service. The aircraft joined the BBMF in 1973, making this her 50th year with us. PA-474 was officially adopted by the City of Lincoln in 1975, and permission was granted for the aircraft to display the coat of arms and the name of the city on its nose. PA-474 is currently painted on its port side as Lancaster Whiskey 5005, ARL for leader, with nose art depicting a kangaroo in miner's boots playing the bagpipes, representing the mixed nationalities of its crew at the time. On the starboard side, PA-474 wears the 50 Squadron code letters VNT, which were the code letters of the aircraft in which Flying Officer Dougie Milliken flew 27 of the 35 operations on his tour with 50 Squadron. He was grandfather to former OC BBMF Andy Milliken, and we are very proud to have Lancaster PA-474 based at Coningsby in Lincolnshire, the very heart of Bomber County.
Just interrupt briefly with a gentle warning. Of course, at the end of this, we will go straight into the full-on Typhoon display. So if you're of a concerned hearing disposition, have dogs or children who may need warning, then be prepared for the end of this spectacular formation.
If you'd like to keep up to date with our activity, you can find us on social media. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAFBBMF and on Facebook at bbmf.official. You can also visit our PR team who are here at the show today to answer any of your questions.
So photographers, be on the alert now. A unique formation, a unique afternoon, just gin clear sky, perfection. I was also just thinking about the design stable of all the aircraft we've seen in the last 10 minutes. You know, Sidney Cam, absolutely extraordinary at Hawkers. He worked right through to the development from the Hurricane to the Harrier. R.J. Mitchell, amazing development, of course, from Supermarine with the Spitfire. And Roy Chadwick, on this aircraft, the Lancaster, just 11 years after this went into the air, he designed the Vulcan bomber. Absolutely extraordinary. And then I suspect the computer took over after that. But stand by for this infamous break.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Break. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to leave you with one final thought, and that is the flight's motto, lest we forget.
And as Matt Brighty now goes absolutely ballistic on a perfect day with Typhoon. Of course, this is the most phenomenal jet in the Royal Air Force inventory. Rip-roaring around, you're looking down the tail end of 40,000 pounds of thrust produced by two EJ200 turbojets. And a warm welcome to my second guest commentator, but my first surprise guest commentator of today. Absolutely top chap, Andy Robbins, ex-Red 10 himself. Tell us a bit more about jet flying in the Royal Air Force.
Well, George, it's lovely to be back here at Eastbourne, one of my favourite places, and I remember doing one of the commentaries from the top of the Martello Tower back in the day. So here we are, the wonderful Typhoon display. So in between the sound of those wonderful reheated EJ200 Eurojet engines producing some 20,000 pounds each, you can see Matt Brighty there just pulling up to 9G on these sharp turns there, and that beautiful planform view of the swept delta wing of the Eurofighter. Setting up now with those high lift devices. Those same devices allowed him to fly slowly behind the tail of the Lancaster at somewhere in the vicinity of 150 knots. Here at 600 knots.
And I gather, Andy, that's just because there's a speed limit, because he could have done that at 1,500 or thereabouts, couldn't he?
Yes, indeed, the aircraft can travel a lot faster, but I think that wouldn't be so great for all of our eardrums here. And of course, this is a flying display. It needs to be seen, so he's flying so fast, and we can't see him. There's very little point in doing the display, but here we are high now, pushing over now, pushing some negative G, throttling back on the engines, just pulling at that lovely roll there. He's now going to turn up belly up now to see that wonderful paint scheme. Flying out on the B axis, another roll there with both engines in reheat. You can just see the cloud just being formed on the wings due to the change in air pressure. Matt is actually tearing the air apart and changing the air pressure, bringing out the water vapor in this wonderful seaside display.
You have a nickname for that, don't you, in the business? Swaff or faff or something?
Spoff.
Spoff, that's it, spoff. It's just air moisture, isn't it?
Yeah, due to the aircraft pulling through the air, the air pressure changes, and much like clouds, when the air pressure changes, the water moisture comes out of suspension, and you have this wonderful cloud. Called spoff or fluff by others. I know there's many aviation photographers out there very keen to get those fluff or spoff shots. Here we are running in now. Nice slow roll pass here, lovely topside shot there. Lovely slow roll, a little bit of push over the top there just to keep it nice and level above us here in the display zone. Now it's all nice and quiet now as the aircraft slows down. Matt Bright, qualified flying instructor based at 29 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. He joined the RAF back in 2007 and was initially sent to fly Tornadoes up at 617 Squadron, sister squadron to 12 Squadron, my first squadron. But now, Matt is just setting up for the slow speed, high alpha pass, deploying those high lift devices which allow him to fly slowly and balancing the lift and the speed of the aircraft with the power, very delicately controlled from the engines on his throttles there. So balance the aircraft on the thrust of the engines, generating the lift on that beautiful delta wing. Those canards at the front of the aircraft giving him the nose control. Balanced again, the alpha. After his 617 squadron tour, he then went to fly on 9 squadron. Again on the Tornado GR4, now pulling high over the top now. And after leaving the Tornado GR4, when that went out of service, he transferred to the Typhoon. Typhoons, of course, present in NATO air policing roles out in the Baltic states. Also, every day, 24/7, 365 days of the year, flying the quick reaction alert for aircraft straying into UK airspace, primarily from Russia. Beautiful top service, fluff and spoff shots. Those rakish angles of those forward canards giving Brighty those fantastic nose authority against the power of those powerful 20,000 pound each engines. Typhoon aircraft flown by all Air Force pilots and also in joint operations and with joint training ventures with our Saudi allies, Qatari allies, and all over the world, from Falklands to Cyprus and to the Baltics. Beautiful high G barrel roll. The aircraft now qualifies the swing roll Typhoon fighter bomber, if you like. Both an air-to-air defence role, air-to-air attack, but also air-to-ground, carrying a multitude of weapons. Enhanced paveway, GPS-guided bombs, small diameter bombs, also air-to-service short-range missiles, Meteor, and soon to get a new electronic radar upgrade.
Not forgetting the gun.
Of course not, the gun.
Every decent plane's got to have a gun, though, hasn't it? We'll talk more about that later.
Well, exactly. You get into a dogfight, you'll need it.
Yeah.
But you'll never actually, hopefully, ever get to the dogfight. So it's more
now,
of
the underside of this aircraft, when it comes, it gives a really good example of how to mount all those weapons, doesn't it?
Yes, all those hard points. Now it's just a newer colleague, the F-35. It's got internal bomb bays, weapon stores, all mounted externally on the Typhoon here. Here's the underside shot. Flying that beautiful big rolling barrel roll around its forward velocity vector, not along the longitudinal axis, much like its older aircraft, as designed by previous great British aircraft designers. I was reading about Neville Duke the other day, a local Tunbridge lad, just up the road, who helped work on the Hawker Fury.
And that, as we say in the business, is a wrap for the first phase of the air show this afternoon. Well, a way to start and finish. Fantastic applause. Thank you so much. We'll let Matt know. We're hoping he might be back in town later on this afternoon, but I'm pretty sure he has to head back up to Coningsby at some stage. I'm not sure, but certainly heading into Southend in the meantime. A couple of other shows going on, of course, with Folkestone this afternoon as well. Now, Andy, before you go, you fly jets for BA now. You must miss the Air Force, surely.
I certainly miss the camaraderie, the squadron life, and I certainly miss flying the Tornado GR4. It's a lovely aircraft, swept wings, very fast, smooth at low level, a real joy to fly. But again, very hard work, a lot of time overseas, and so now that I fly the slightly quieter lifestyle commercially, I get to spend a little bit more time at home with my family.
Yeah, I think you're putting on a bit of weight.
It's comfort. It's all about
So
comfort.
crew meals?
Yes, crew meals, comfortable armchair flying with a tray table, which invariably sometimes has some food on it.
Now, if you're still around this afternoon, you see the Red Arrows. Will you shed a tear there for the many happy years you had with them?
Well, I was very fortunate back in a good few years ago now, but had a fantastic time travelling the world representing not only the Royal Air Force but United Kingdom. And the Red Arrows was a superb opportunity as a pilot to be able to fly and also meet so many people as the Red 10 commentator.
Yeah. Now, extraordinarily, how are they going to keep those jets going? Because the Hawk T1 is very much a vintage jet almost now, isn't it? 40 years it's been around, and can it possibly continue? I was talking to Adam Collins, the Wing Commander boss, yesterday, and he said, "Well, they'll talk about extending it to 2035." That is amazing, isn't it?
Well, on the Hawk's positive side is the aircraft is very simple. It's a very uncomplicated, beautifully designed and easy to maintain aircraft. So given the simplicity and access to spares, which I think might well be one of the issues they're considering, the Adur engine, lovely, reliable engine, really nice aircraft to fly. It's beautifully balanced. It's a beautiful sports car to fly as well. So the Hawk aircraft, in its simple Mark 1, T Mark 1 version, is a very simple aircraft to maintain and keep going. Now, of course, with the huge role that the team has in representing the United Kingdom overseas and at home, it is hoped that hopefully the government will find the relatively small amount of money required to keep the aircraft serviceable and to provide personnel from the Royal Air Force to keep the aircraft flying.
Well done. Well, I shall look forward to you being up front when I next go on holiday. Robbins is the name, by the way. Don't forget that, boys and girls, will you? Okay, if you're late or delayed, just send an email to robbins@ba.com and give him a hard time. But it's been great working with you, Andy, over the years, and really look forward to seeing you at one or two other venues around the country. Have a great afternoon.
Absolute pleasure, George. Lovely to be back at Eastbourne. Thank you, everyone, for turning up. Keep coming to Eastbourne Airshow. Love to see you all.
Through, good chance for you to catch up with the rest of the family and get your teas and coffees and ice creams and all that. Get sorted. We'll be recommencing flying in just over half an hour, but great chance now if you'd enjoy it. Don't forget that sunscreen, of course, and the hats and hydration, especially for the kids. And please give us just generously as you can to those red tabards, the buckets that they're holding. We want them filled up by the end of today, and also a program will help with that as well. We're looking forward very much to our 30th anniversary of Airbourne next year, but to do that we do need your help. It's a huge team effort, so we need you to buy a program if you haven't got one, pick up your flying display details as well with that. We need you to drop as much as you can in those buckets. You'll see people walking by with red tabards on, and they're here to help keep the show going for many decades to come. Now just another brief reminder about your own safety as well. Keep hold of all your belongings, look after the children in particular, and do make sure they're topped up with hats, sunscreen and plenty of fluids as well. A very strong sun, cool breeze. Enjoy the swimming while you can. I'll let you know when flying is recommencing, but you can enjoy certainly swimming around in the near areas of the beach, but please do not stray too far out, as it does interfere with the flying display. Thank you. Chat with me, and we'll be recommencing in 10 minutes or so, back with the flying, and a very different genre coming up in this second phase of the 3-act show we've got this afternoon. A lot more gentle solo flying expected, with a mix of one of the best display teams currently on the market, of course, Team Raven coming your way. What's coming up next?
Well, George, can I just say, first of all, I had a really good tour of Eastbourne earlier this morning and then this afternoon, and I have to say, this is one of the happiest seaside towns I have seen in a long time. The feeling of joy out there is, what you can taste it. It's fantastic. Everyone seems to be having a great time.
Best I don't mention where you live then.
Don't do that.
No, absolutely. Well, I'm glad you've had a look out. I think it's been, we've just had the senior police officers in, and they have reported that everybody's having a good time as well, which I think is just wonderful, and that's exactly what we should do. It's very, very busy, of course, around here, can get congested, but just delightful. Thank you so much for cooperating with us. It's lovely to see.
Major congestion, of course, around the ice cream vans, George. I do apologise, I couldn't get your ice cream, but maybe Bobbins can come back with a couple later.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's great. Yeah, we're bigging up Bobbins, but now we're bigging up Andy Marlowe. Andy, just before you tell us what's coming up, how do you get mixed up in this business? What sort of stuff do you do normally?
Well, I work in marketing, but I'm also involved with the Farnborough International News Network, which does the Farnborough Airshow. Also, there's a Paris Airshow, and we do a stand and do some coverage down in Dubai. So airshows really is my thing on TV and interviews. The background to that as well was special event radio, which led me to another event where we met. You were in your lair on the cliff tops, and we got together. And for me, an air show really sums up the Great British Summer.
Yeah.
Because it's got everything. It's got a couple of days like you had Friday where things don't quite go to plan, but everyone perseveres and it's still a great show. And you have days like today.
I'll tell you what, I earned my cup of tea on Friday afternoon. I didn't know what was going to happen. And that lasted for about 4 hours. Absolutely extraordinary. They said, oh, they're coming. No, they're not. Oh, well, let's try the next one. Oh, no, he's not coming either. Oh, well, let's have somebody else.
And of course, rounded off by the Tigers, and they did very well getting down, didn't they? That was brilliant.
Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. But yes, let's show the lair. I'm going to have to build a new lair on Beachy Head, I think, so that they can just roll me out every
It's
spring.
the ideal spot.
But this next phase is rather different in many ways. And, we've got a couple of training aircraft, the first of which flown by an old chum of mine.
So you're talking about Rod Dean,
Yeah.
of course, which is the Firefly. It's the Slingsby T67 Firefly, originally produced as a renamed Fournier RF6. Rod, of course, has been displaying civil aircraft since 1984, and as you say, you trained with him as well.
Steady, your boy. He is just a slight generation ahead of me, because he's been displaying for 52 years, I think, now, and I've only been displaying for 40. Believe it or not. That's not sad. That's just an amazing bit of getting time in. I was rather shocked to discover, I looked through my logbook, my first proper air display was at Hatfield, and you can work out the maths yourself. I won't remind everybody because there's an awful lot of people here who were born after that date. And then I was doing something last year and I thought, my word, have I really been doing this? And it was in the same aircraft.
Wow.
Believe it or not, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my lovely sturdy old de Havilland Beaver, which I just loved a bit. So I started off in jets in the Air Force, of course, a bit like Bobbins and a few others on the Jet Promise. But eventually sort of went into vintage aircraft. Now I'm messing about with vintage planes and trying to get the two together. It's a sort of genre that fits nicely. But you've come in through the Voice network, really, haven't
Yeah,
you?
absolutely.
Not aviation at all.
No, not at all. No, as a boy, I used to go to one of the major UK air shows in the 80s and certainly early 80s, late 80s, and just got really hooked on it. I remember seeing the Vulcan bomber, of course, which I remember the iconic shape when it displayed here in Eastbourne coming over Beachy Head. That for me hooked me as a boy in 1983, and I've been interested, as many people will be here today enjoying this show, that will hook them for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, not so young yourself then, are you?
It's a showbiz age, darling.
That was a bit silly dropping that year in, wasn't it? Yeah, well, there we go. Well, I'm sure we're all showing it, and I'm conscious we've got a lot of veterans with us.
It's a packed afternoon as well, isn't it?
Yeah, which, you've just reminded me of one other spectacular occasion here, which was when we had the two Lancasters. And it was utterly memorable. Then I think it was back 2015, 2016, 2015 I think it was, when we actually still had Lancaster bomber pilots here as veterans signing books for us as well. Yeah, great to see all my old chums coming down, and it's great. You can hear the airwaves tucking in. So we're going to come back to you, Andy, in a moment. Yeah, full marks, Claire. Show us all those Airbourne T-shirts, boys and girls. So we're just staying off because I've got to check out a few safety parameters, and we're all ready to go upstairs. And I'll be back with you, actually, not me, in a few minutes.
Thanks, George.
Local police, and jolly senior they were too, and we all thought we were about to be arrested, and maybe it was something we said, but luckily it wasn't, and it actually was a very, very nice visit, because it was all about basically giving a man that's worked with us for many years, Dave Kerr is his name, and he's been working as a PCSO for 10 years, and the local constabulary wanted to come in and give him a massive pat on the back and an award for 10 years service as a PCSO. So it's Dave Kerr. Thanks very much, Dave, for all the support you've been giving to us and to Airbourne as well. And I said so much how this has been a team effort for many, many years, and it's all of us make the show. We've all got our individual responsibilities, but your safety and security is one of those, and that's what these PCSOs and the police do so well and so easily. So give them all a smile, won't you? Because it's pretty tough for them as well, doing what they do. Well, just a couple of minutes from now, we've heard Rod Dean checking in on the airwaves, and we're really looking forward to this. A very different genre to be flying in. It's not noisy, it's not in your face. In fact, it can be very tricky to pick this aircraft up as it's coming in. So boys and girls, keep your eyes open, give us a wave when you see it, give us a big pointy thing. It's got to be coming in from either your left or right, isn't it? And we've got a good idea where we think he is at the moment, but he's given his magic words, commence display, on time, and it's in high conspicuity colours as well, so you should be able to see it really, really easily. But coming in, there he is at the centre, pulling up in front of you with a black underside and a very bright yellow top. To tell you a bit more about this, my guest commentator again this afternoon is Andy Marlar.
Yes, thank you, George. Rod Dean displaying for you today in the Slingsby T67 Firefly. Rod's been displaying in civil aviation aircraft since 1984, when he retired from the RAF after an amazing 21-year service. The Firefly, as we said earlier, originally produced as a renamed Fournier RF-6, a French-designed wooden two-seat aerobatic aircraft after Slingsby bought the rights to the aircraft from René Fournier. Slingsby themselves producing a number of the wooden T-67s before they then moved on to a glass-reinforced plastic structure, more suitable to a modern training aircraft. The T-67M aimed directly as a military training requirement with a fuel-injected 160 horsepower engine, a three-blade constant speed propeller, inverted fuel and oil systems, and those are important because they allow the aerobatics you see here today. Without the inverted fuel and oil systems, doing a wing over like that would mean no fuel going to the engine, not ideal when you're doing a display. On the T-67M, the original single-piece canopy has also been replaced, as you can see, with a two-piece design and a single fuel tank with two larger tanks in its wings. As George was saying, Firefly for today, painted in very conspicuous colours, very easy for you to see, ideal for training and for displaying, not so good for any other aircraft in the military. The Firefly used by the Royal Air Force Defence Elementary Flying Training School to teach their pilots from having no flying experience at all up to full instrument flight qualifications. Now, as I said earlier, Rod had 21 years service with the RAF, and during that time, he spent all of that on operational squadrons or training units, principally flying the Hunter and the Jaguar, but some time with the Hawk, the Jet Provost, the Meteor, the Gnat, and the Chipmunk. The T67M Firefly, as you can see, fully aerobatic and is fitted with everything it needs to display for you today so well. That fully inverted oil and fuel system, by the way, means it can fly inverted for at least 5 minutes. Whilst with the RAF, Rod in 1972 and 1973 was the Strike Command Hunter display pilot, flying 50 public displays over 2 seasons, and actually was the winner of the first WD&HO Wills Solo Jet Display Trophy at the North Yield International Air Tattoo in 1972. When he retired in 1984, he left service as a squadron leader and as a qualified flying instructor and qualified weapons instructor too. After leaving the RAF, Rod spent 10 years as a business manager for a flight simulator training company, followed by 15 years with the CAA, the Civil Aviation Authority. And when he left them, he was the Chief Executive Officer of Air Safety Support International. Rod's also been the Flight Display Director for the annual Shoreham Airshow and a number of other displays such as Blackpool Biggin Hill and the Great Yorkshire Airshow. But he's also the flying display coordinator at a number of well-known flying displays, and those of you who are really interested in military aircraft, you'll probably have been to some of his events, such as the Imperial War Museum at Duxford.
It's a fabulous place to go, actually, Andy. Really superb. Not as sunny, and you can't swim much there either. But it's, if you're really enthusiastic, it's a great place to go. Coming back low and slow now. Good chance to say hi to Rod in the cockpit as he is saying hi to you. Look how slow that is. It's a really nimble aircraft as well. I've flown a good few hours in this machine. Liked it very much. I love the visibility, that big bubble canopy there. Good, really good 360-degree view, and great for formation and tail chase work. Really bendy machine too. Excellent. And you see those colours. Yellow, of course, the most conspicuous colour, I'm told, for motor cars as well. But yeah, it can be a bit garish, can't it, on a big summer's day. But there you go. But in the winter, not a bad colour to have. Black, of course, actually very effective in the air.
And getting behind the controls of the Firefly, George, obviously used for people training with no flying experience at all. Just how easy it is to start.
It's really just like starting a motor car. It really is easy. But it's the configuration. It's all about airtime and what we call airmanship. You've got to build that situational awareness as a building block before you then move pilots onto more demanding aircraft, when it's all about fighting the aircraft, and the flying you take for granted. I think he's coming by for his final pass now, so you know what to do, boys and girls, mums and dads, hats, coats, umbrellas. Don't let go of them. Just give Rod Dean a massive, great wave. He's going to be tipping the aircraft down and giving you a wing waggly wave, and giving him a great airborne send-off. Rod Dean into Firefly. Thanks, Rod. Brilliant show, mate. And he goes off into the wild blue yonder. A grateful thanks to my colleague here, Andy Marler. Andy, nice of you to drop in today.
Well, we were passing. Thank you, George. Why wouldn't you want to spend an afternoon in Eastbourne? You know, as I say, I've been here today. Fantastic day.
But with me, you mean?
Oh yeah, well, that's exactly for sure. That's exactly what I meant.
Just testing you. Well, look, have a lovely, safe drive home. Been a real pleasure catching up with you, and we look forward to doing lots more together around the United Kingdom, wherever that may be.
Thank you, George. And I am now going to sit up on the top here. I'm going to try and get you an ice cream, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy what I think is coming next, which I understand is very, very special.
It's delightful. Good luck. Cheers, mate. Bye. Well, there we go. It's lovely to have people, good chance dropping in, all aviation enthusiasts, of course, and just helping the day go so smoothly and wonderfully. And we're going to continue that genre. Just now, don't forget the red tabards and those buckets need filling up by 6 o'clock tonight. Please do your very, very best to give generously. I know most of us don't carry cash anymore, which is a bit tricky, so I think we're going to have to convert those guys to come around with sort of Wi-Fi terminals. A little formation of kayaks going past us now, and it looks like Red Boat has the lead, but just remember, guys, I know you can hear me, just stay inshore during the course of the air displays. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And again, as we're now back in the thick of air displaying, all the swimmers, if you stay close to the shore, please, just so that it doesn't interfere with any of the flying. It's your safety we're concerned about, by the way, and not just everybody else's. And that's why we have a very clear sanitized display area. Okay, well, we are going to change the genre a little bit now, and it's just an absolutely terrific team who have really stolen the limelight around UK in this last year or so, and that's partly because we very sadly lost a couple of notable teams. Many of you may be asking, whatever happened to the Blades? Well, they disbanded very sadly during the course of the last winter. It was a business commercial decision, a very tough one, but of course that was a team with their extra 300s, and they were all ex-Red Arrows pilots, but nobody was sacked because they were all so busy doing a lot of other aviation business that they just simply couldn't keep the team going. And so it was a really tough call as well. But we also lost the Yakovlevs. I just hear that the next team has been given the magic words commence display. Well, we'll be looking out for them in a moment. So boys and girls, you know what to do. Scream and shout, give me a point so I can see as well. I got a vague idea where they are at the moment, but they're just doing their pre-display checks, which of course means checking in with each other, checking the smoke systems, making sure they are ready. If you can't see them, they're all white, these aircraft, so it can be tricky. But I can see a few people with their eyes on, and that's helpful. When the smoke comes on, as it is now, high on the right-hand side, one of the most sublime and efficient and proficient air displays on the market. Please welcome Team Raven. Pulling up firstly straight away into their Delta loop, and what a magnificent sight that is as they go through the top of that loop, just hanging on, looking over their backs to ensure they're all in the right place, the sun glinting off the white fuselage, and exiting out. They're repositioned slightly here and then come back in the same formation to give you a look at the underside. Leading the team as always, Simon Sid Shirley. Sid's his nickname. Everybody has one, of course, especially in the flying world. I won't tell you mine, but I think you can probably guess. He's been displaying for well over a decade now, an ex-Royal Air Force fast jet pilot with a good 5,500 hours to his name, and really enjoying leading this team, based out of South Wales. And you just see how graceful this is. We'll drop in and out of the cockpit throughout the course of it because it's lovely to hear the cadence and the way a formation is led. Holding the bank now as they come through this magnificent underside pass. And you just see the nature, it's a very calm voice, and then on the last intonation of that very last syllable, that is when the command is given to change formation. Ravens 4 and 5 break off to the left-hand side, and they'll be coming back in to do their own break. Stand by for that coming up. This is where the Pull up into a quarter vertical roll, giving you a quarter clover, moving off, tucking the aircraft in underside, departing off to their right-hand side. While they're doing that, then keep an eye out open on the A-axis. That's the line that goes left to right. For the remainder of the formation, 1, 2, 3, and 6, reconfigured into box formation now, coming in for the barrel roll. And the boys working quite hard, Sid calling the shots, and can be a little more tricky for the chaps on the outside as the speeds vary a little bit as they try to maintain that position. And of course, little finesse added to the ailerons as they just pull through. Going out now towards your left-hand side. Four and 5, you can see straight in front of you on the basis now in a line astern barrel roll. Magnificent manoeuvres, very graceful, absolutely perfect this day for doing this sort of flying. It's a really satisfying thing to do, but of course takes years and years of practice. Got to be a very proficient solo pilot before you do it, and then you work your way up through different formations. Eyes now to the left as 1, 2, 3, and 6 come back in Vic for the Cyclone. So alongside Sid up front there, Raven 2, Peter Wells, very, very well-known name in the air display business, went solo really early in his life and became a developer and an expert in composite materials for aircraft. He's director of a company called Zulu Glass Tech. On the other side of him and next to Sid on the other side is Barry Gwinnett. An experienced general aviation pilot, has been flying for almost 40 years as well. Flown the Yak many, many times. Now essentially retired from his business, which was in the building industry, and loving his RV-8s. These are really super little aircraft as well. Essentially touring aircraft, but they are clearly robustly built for aerobatics with good G loadings attached to them, but also plenty of space and good economics to put a suitcase in and nip across the channel for a long weekend. By far the world's most popular kit-built aircraft. Now keep your eyes on the formation again, out straight in front of you. So they've rejoined back in Delta formation, going up into a vertical split. Let's drop in the cockpit and listen out for that. Good photo opportunity.
4 and 5, brake, go. And brake, go.
So 4 and 5 were now repositioned for their opposition pass, whilst Ravens 1, 2, 3, and 6 reconfigure themselves back into a box formation. So the other two aircraft, 4 and 5, called in visual, they'll now be chasing down, having come out of that manoeuvre, chasing down, eyes on each other for the opposition pass. Raven 4, well-known Welsh international rugby player, Gerald Williams. He's also played rugby around the world in New Zealand and South Africa. Also a businessman based in South Wales. A very keen PPL pilot, flown a huge number of different aircraft, including jets now, and owned his own Yak 52s in the past, as well as, of course, now his RV-8 as well. Loving every minute of it. Alongside him, trying not to hit him, of course, is Raven 5, Russ Eatwell. Very entertaining, jovial character. Lovely to have him back. Spent many, many years with Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm. Accumulated well over 15,000 hours on 70 different types. Keep your eyes peeled now for this quarter clover from the main formation in box. So letting that out now, easing the controls. Keep your eyes out to the right-hand side now, and you'll see Ravens 4 and 5 coming into what we call battle formation. That's very much a combat formation where it enables the wingman to keep a good eye open and situational awareness all around for any other conflict. And they're coming in now for their battle loop. As they go over the top, the G eases a little moment, and then you keep positive G on all the way round. Around about 4.5 is enough to maneuver all the way around this. Meanwhile, main formation, right in front of you, out to sea. 1, 2, 3, and 6, coming back in for the cross break.
Break, go.
Again, another super photo opportunity there. While the others reconfigure for a bit of tail chasing. Again, that's all good combat training to be done as well. I haven't yet mentioned Raven 6, who's Mark Southern, an airline pilot by trade, been over in the business over 30 years, flying a whole range of Boeing and Airbus aircraft. Started flying very young, was in the Air Force for a while as an air electronic operator, before then going into fishery protection and other work with those aircraft, and then being selected for other pilot training with the JP, the Hawk, and last operational tour on the Tornado GR1. Lovely training maneuver, the tail chase, where essentially you're trying to replicate every single maneuver and jinx and nuance of the man in front. But switch your eyes now from 4 and 5 back to the Vic formation, 1, 2, and 3. Coming in for a Vic barrel roll with a really neat ending to this as well, as they break into what they call an echelon fall away. Just eases the power at the top of that loop, bringing on a bit more G, and you notice now 3 switches across into echelon, and there's the break. A lovely, delightful maneuver that. Now, keep your eyes peeled on Ravens 4 and 5 right in front of you, coming in from the ocean there. They're going to be joined by Raven 6 in a moment. You guess what's coming up. And this is an early call out for Hannah Gorman, because there's much love coming your way a little later in the show. But this is just the first touch that Matty is offering this afternoon. It is, of course, the heart. And there is Raven 6 putting the spear through the heart. We get another one of those hopefully later on this afternoon. Now, lovely formation coming in from the right-hand side. You just notice how incredibly well sequenced this display is. Ravens 1, 2, and 3. Entry what they do, the crocodile loops.
You're going.
Lovely sights with the hearts just fading behind them as well. What a cracking day this is. Looking like a roller coaster maneuver. Now, this next maneuver is pretty interesting, because what they have to do is get all 6 aircraft back into formation to perform the next maneuver. That can be tricky, because you can see 4 and 5 are not in the best position to do that. So 1, 2, and 3 will go into a tightish turn on our left-hand side, and you see 4 and 5 cutting the corner a little bit just to try and make up that extra bit of space, and you'll see that they will tuck in at the last minute. Okay, so we've got 4 in. You can see 5 chasing them down and 6 staying high. He will then descend back behind and then go below, and the safe way to join the formation is, of course, from the below position, where they just nudge up and then join appropriately. So here he goes now, slipping behind the formation, and he's got to make it when they're all straight and level to be ready for what I think is a fabulous maneuver. Not quite done yet from this formation team. Coming up, we have the Twizzlers. And here they come. delightful manoeuvre, isn't it? Really fabulous, really entertaining team, very tightly constructed display, and really elegantly and professionally flown as well. It's a real treat to have them. No wonder they're doing so well on the display circuit this year. Really outstanding. So coming now for the final manoeuvre from Team Raven. They're going to rejoin in their trademark formation, which is Delta. And once they've done that, they're coming in, go through a little quarter clover first of all, just put a quarter twist into an upward looking loop. And then the photographic bit is their downward bomb burst. Takes quite an art reformating and doing this sort of thing. Keep your eyes peeled now. We'll just drop back into the cockpit.
Rolling left now. Brake, go.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, what a terrific show. Put your hands together for Team Raven. Absolutely outstanding display. Well, one or two of you may well have seen a balloon flying during the course of that display. Can I please stress, really, really importantly, it is so important not to let anything fly into the air during the course of the air displays. So whatever you've got, please put it away. Ideally tie it to something if it is a balloon, and just do your very, very best to control everything. It's for your safety as well as the pilots and the aircraft. Okay, so you hear a lot of chitter-chatter going on the airways behind me. That's because we've got we were going to have a really superb formation coming up for you, an historic version of 2 Rolls-Royce aircraft. But sadly, I understand that it is now only going to be 1. But nonetheless, it's a pretty impressive aircraft because it's going to be a Spitfire. And in many ways, there's nothing more beautiful and evocative than having a solo Spitfire in the sky, particularly, I think, in this environment, an area so closely linked to things like the Battle of Britain and the number of Royal Air Force airfields in the south. But this is very, very different, and it represents a different genre as well. Not necessarily all the Royal Air Force, but of course an engine manufacturer. And most importantly, the most famous name in engine manufacturers in the United Kingdom is Rolls-Royce. And this particular Spitfire, a very special one, coming your way in just a few moments. Aircraft has been given clearance to start his display, which is excellent news. I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but it of course speaks for itself so much when you see a design like a Spitfire in the sky. Evokes all that was great and good in not just the history of our country, but of course the great designers. We touched on that earlier on in the day. In this case, R.J. Mitchell and his team, Joe Smith, and all the others that supported him in putting this amazing aircraft together. This one representing the top end of development of the Spitfire, flown here today by Sean. Sorry, no, not by at all, but of course from Rolls-Royce, the Mark 19, representing the heritage of Rolls-Royce, inspiring and educating and promoting aviation heritage through the operation and demonstration of rare and historically accurate aircraft and engines. We were hoping to be joined by the P-51 Mustang. Sadly, that has got technical difficulties and I wasn't able to get off the ground today. But here, a well-known name in this aircraft, Mark Discombe, spent many years, of course, with the Battle Brit Memorial flight, so flying Spitfires is no new activity for him. What might be different for you, though, is the sound of this particular machine, because it's powered by a 2,000 horsepower Griffin 66, a very, very different machine, twice the power of the original engine that featured in the earlier marks of Spitfire. And of course, it is the engine that's all-important link to Rolls-Royce itself. Their mission, essentially, to showcase historic designs and the engineering excellence, of course, but also at the same time describing the pathway to inspire the youngsters in modern technology and sustainability through what we often refer to as STEM or STEAM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, with a bit of the arts in there as well. And they do a lot of media work, visits and promotional activity, but at the same time, of course, telling the story and commemorating those who fought for their country. What a pleasure and privilege to enjoy such a stunning design and such an outstanding display here. This aircraft, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of 79 Mark 19s built at Supermarine along the south coast in Southampton, powered by that outstanding Griffin engine, representing the pinnacle of the Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability. Putting out a top speed of 440 miles an hour and a service ceiling of 42,000 feet. This aircraft was delivered to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Benson in January 1945. Was engaged in active service with 16th Squadron right up until the end of the war, participating in Operation Crossbow. That was all about the detection of V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. Remained in Germany for a while after the war before returning to the UK, and after a few years in storage, ended up being selected for conversion to the meteorological research flight, known as the temperature and humidity of the upper air masses, or THUM, THUM. It was in fact the very last Spitfire to fly a THUM sortie in June 1957. Having mentioned Mark Discombe's association flying this aircraft, of course, it's extraordinary to link this even further with the fact that this aircraft, along with two sister aircrafts, retired into ceremonial and display duties to form the initial Royal Air Force Historic Aircraft Flight, as it was then known, the forerunner of today's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. This aircraft very much acting as an ambassador for Rolls-Royce, now appearing at air displays and charitable events, as well as, of course, at their own corporate functions, representing the Rolls-Royce engines and the heritage behind that, as would have the P-51 had been here as well, with its earlier mark of Merlin engine, highlighting the constant technical development of both the aircraft and its engines, and of course honouring the pilots of all the nations who flew them and the men and women who built and maintained them. It's got a real growl to it, hasn't it? The Griffon engine is quite distinctive in contrast to the Merlin. This hugely powerful, fast machine. Both this and the other aircraft in the Rolls-Royce Heritage flights are both based at East Midlands Airport near Derby. And that, of course, is very close to the company's own major headquarters in that area. They can be seen most summers in and around the display circuits during the British summer. So you may have just heard Mark calling up in the background there. He's just declaring the next pass his last pass, and you can't get enough of this, can you? It's just such a pleasure and privilege to see a solo Spitfire in the sky. Any time of the day pleases us, and great to see so many. I mean, there's literally a huge number of aircraft, more than were flying in the early 50s, now back on the roads and based all around the country, giving passenger flights. Regularly seen here, of course, out of the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar, flying along the coastline and Beachy Head, part of their itinerary. So he'll no doubt put a roll in here, but he'll be taking a sneaky look down at you, boys and girls. Please give Mark Discombe now, in the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight Mark 19 Spitfire, a massive airborne wave off. Well done, and thank you, Rolls-Royce, for sending this marvellous aircraft here today. And that is him saying that is complete, which means he's finished So I've already heard the next aircraft checking in. We're just holding him off for a couple of minutes before he's given clearance to come in on time, which I make in about 4 or 5 minutes time. So back with you very shortly. Just a reminder, please give generously, won't you, wherever you can, to those bucket collectors. We really do need to keep this show on the road, and we want to have a massive celebration with 30 years of Airbourne next year if we can. It's all a team effort, needs your help as well, and it's a massive effort too. Well done, Eastbourne Borough Council and Pete Martin and all his events team for getting this back with us. A full 4-day show this year, magnificent weather as well. So really well done to all of them. Don't forget the kids, you know, that sun's still strong out there. Hats, sunscreen, I should say, and of course keep them hydrated as well. And please don't wander too far out while you're swimming or in your kayaks. It does disturb the flying display program, and you see we've got patrol boats out there. You will be nicked by them if you transgress out too far. And again, just another reminder, please, nothing in the air. Whatever you've got, just put it back in your bag. Ask the kids to take it home with them and play with it later on. Okay, really helps and just avoids any unnecessary incidents. Keep hold of all your belongings as always, of course, and keep a special eye on those kids. And kids, you look out for your grandparents as well. Okay, just a couple of minutes to run. Keep your eyes peeled. This is a very tricky aircraft to spot coming into display, but I'm not going to talk about it, so I'm going to hand over now to a chap who knows even more about it. That's Flying Officer Lewis Osborne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. Flying in towards you from the centre at over 200 miles per hour is the Tutor Display pilot, Flight Lieutenant David John Gibbs. As he's pulled at 5.5 Gs, he's converted his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the Quarter Clover. David John is known to most as DJ or Gibbo. He was born in Southport and started his flying career in the Royal Navy in 1996, flying the Sea King support helicopter role. As this is DJ's second year with the Tutor Display, he's operated at a base height of 300 feet. This is 200 feet lower than his previous season. DJ now regains his airspeed and pulls up into another Quarter Clover as he goes over the chop he achieves 1,300 feet. DJ rolls 90 degrees whilst pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost zero airspeed. Keen enthusiasts amongst you may notice this is the only 2023 RAF display where we're able to see a stall turn performed. DJ is now serving the Royal Air Force, and when not displaying, he's responsible for training qualified military pilots to become pilots on the Grob Tutor. In his spare time, DJ flies vintage airplanes, races powerboats, and drives classic cars. And during his varied career, DJ's amassed over 6,000 flying hours on 50 different aircraft types. The Tutor is operated by number 6 Flying Training School, and this is primarily for UAS students and air cadets. 6FTS is also engaged in other essential defence tasks, such as frontline mission rehearsal and the training of mission support crew. The wingover is a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You will notice that every wingover is slightly different as DJ carefully selects his flight path for different wind conditions and aircraft energy states. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve a maximum of 6G, meaning that the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. While it may not be as loud or as fast as other displays today, displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio. DJ now uses the wingover to regain as much energy as possible as he sets up to perform his next manoeuvre. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK. They serve over 1,200 air cadet squadrons and RF combined cadet force units nationwide. Each year, the experience flights offers trips to 20,000 cadets. And you can join the Air Cadets if you are between 12 and 17 years old. And from the age of 13, you can glide in the Viking or fly in the Tutor and experience aerobatic manoeuvres like you see today. The RF Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme and offers a range of other adventurous training. The Grob 115E Tutor is operated in partnership with BAC International Group. It is constructed of a carbon composite material and has a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. DJ will pull up into the vertical for another stall turn, and this is an excellent photo opportunity. As DJ presents the underside of the aircraft to you, you will see the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund's heart, seen since 2022 to celebrate a fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets, veterans, and their wider families whenever they're in need. We're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. For those of you considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. Students from the University Air Squadrons are taught to fly Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. The Tutor is capable of sustained inverted flight, which DJ will now demonstrate on this inverted pass. Sat at negative 1G and hanging his straps, this is not a comfortable position to be in as blood rushes to his head. The University Air Squadrons provide a huge opportunity for personal development. They particularly embrace the Royal Air Force's core values of respect, integrity, service and excellence. The UAS offers a wide variety of adventurous training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. In this 4-point roll, DJ will delicately use the rudder to support the nose above the horizon whilst flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. Visit our tent, website, or view the Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Funds. University Air Squadron members are not committed to a military career after graduation. However, many do decide to join the Royal Air Force. And why not visit the Tutor stand and talk to some University of London Air Squadron students in the military village about their experiences. I would like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Funds, Breitling UK, Squadron Prince and Babcock, who provided much of the merchandise and supported us throughout the season. Following this wing over, DJ will complete the loop. The loop is a quintessential aerobatic manoeuvre. As he pulls up, he is subject to 5G. DJ aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky. Even when inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seats. The high tempo of Royal Air Force operations continue today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world. All the while, our QRA forces secure the skies above the United Kingdom 24/7, 365 in the Typhoon you saw earlier today. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions. These professions include aircrew, air operation controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace specialists, and many more. The Royal Air Force has an exciting future with the continued development of the Lightning, Poseidon, and Space Command. They will soon be joined by the introduction of the wedge tail protector. Visit the RF website to find out more. After completing this swing over, DJ will enter the slow roll. And get your cameras ready for some great angles. And make sure to tag the RF Tutor display on social media so we can see your shots. Throughout the slow roll, DJ skillfully coordinates elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs in order to keep the lift vector pointing upwards. DJ will now bring the tutor around for his departing wave. This is another great photo opportunity. Make sure you return his wave as he flies through. He can see you, and a big thank you to Eastbourne for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Really, really good to have that here again. And look at that massive wing waggle going on from DJ there. Yeah, give him a great wave, won't you? I mean, he's just loving it, and he's doing it for your entertainment as well. So give him your thanks. They do really, really appreciate it and can see you. Albeit, I think you're probably a bit wobbly after that. He's just called incomplete now. He's even had enough of that himself. Brilliant stuff. Well, we've got one more act to complete phase 2, or act 2 of this afternoon's flying entertainment. And that'll be the Fury, flown by the well-known Steve Jones. That'll be with us. It's about 5 or 6 minutes time. And then we're taking another tea break. That might be him now. I think that might be him just checking in. And he's just confirmed his checks and made arrangements with air traffic to commence on time. So, as I mentioned, a little bit of a mini pause now, and then we go for the tea break after the Fury is finished to get a chance to top up the stuff before our finale, the third section this afternoon, which has got everything you want and more. So, back with you in just a couple of minutes. Is focused in the sky again. Now I just hear Steve Jones on the air, an absolutely outstanding pilot, but in a really phenomenal aircraft as well. One of the biggest, meatiest warbirds post-war. Here he is, arriving at Crowd Centre. Please welcome the Fury. You can see what a presence this sort of warbird has. Well known, you would have seen variations of this here at this venue some years back with representations of the sea version, the navalised version of the Fury from the Royal Navy historic flights, now Navy wings of course. We were hoping also to display this alongside the Tempest, of which the Fury was virtually a lighter version of that particular aircraft, just variations or modifications essentially on the wings and the fuselage from the original Tempest design. And this aircraft coming to courtesy of Ultimate Warbird Flights under the banner of Air Leasing Limited, an outfit run up at Sywell by Richard Grace from the Grace family. Big beast of a machine. This actually a Fury Mark II, produced by Hawkers as a Fury ISS. Yeah, what's that? Well, hold on. That stands for an Iraqi single seat built for the Iraqi Air Force, part of the contract for 60 aircraft. This was the 315th in that particular branch. But the aircraft ending up in Florida back from Iraq in the late 70s, and then went through a variety of different owners and museums, and wasn't rebuilt back into airworthy condition until April 1991. Big beast of an engine there on the front end, Bristol Centaurus, Mark 18, helping to give a maximum speed of 400 miles an hour, just plus that a little bit, and a tremendously impressive machine it is too. Although developed during the Second World War, the Fury family of aircraft from Hawkers didn't actually enter service until a couple of years after the war itself ended. Became the Royal Navy's leading single-seat fighter and the last big propeller aircraft to operate off a Royal Navy ship. But was certainly one of the fastest production single-piston engine aircraft ever built. Became a popular aircraft with all sorts of overseas militaries as well, and was used during both the Korean War in the 50s and also in the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba. A mean fighting machine as well, with a range of just over 500 miles, equipped with 420mm Hispano Mark V auto cannons. Also able to mount 12 by 3-inch rockets, 2,000 pounds worth of bombs as well, so you could definitely pack a punch. See it here repainted in its Royal Navy colour scheme based on the SR661 Sea Fury prototype. It was brought back to UK by Anglia Aircraft Restorations and re-registered on the civil register here. Refurbished and repainted by Air Leasing Limited themselves. And the original aircraft it represented there, the SR-661, was a modified Fury Mark II, which had a tail hook fitted but didn't have the folding wings. Flying today, Steve Jones, hugely well-known and legendary aerobatic and competitive air racing pilot. Spent many years working with and promoting the Red Bull brand. Notable for many feats, but also is extraordinarily a great journalistic writer as well, and assessor of different aircraft. Flown just about everything. He used to keep a little pits himself, just as a bit of a run around, which he was equally as an expert in as he is right up into the big beasts of airliners, flying the A380. And you notice that all the Warbird pilots all treating the aircraft very, very similarly. Very gentle manoeuvres, not putting too much G, not putting too much stress on the aircraft, and flying them in a manner which will preserve and extend the lives of these aircraft for future generations to enjoy as much as we are here today. Sounds such a solid machine as well, doesn't it? The power pack, real gutsy engine. There you hear Jonesy, as we affectionately call him, just calling up to say that he's enjoying it so much he's going to have to go back and obviously refuel, get himself a cup of tea and a break. What a pleasure it is to be flying this aircraft. He's actually based himself at Lydd during the course of the weekend. Heading back there, of course, down to our left-hand side. As I mentioned earlier in the day, these aircraft and pilots based all over southern England, but you know what to do now, boys and girls, don't you? Mums and dads, give Steve Jones a massive wave off here. He is giving you a topside pass. He's looking at you now. Thank you so much indeed, Steve Jones and the Fury, for joining us here. Well, I think there's a big smile on his face there as he disappears off to our right-hand side and enjoy a summer's evening. Well, time marches on, and we've got a cracking finale for you, but you're going to have to wait about 20-25 minutes for that, because we're just resetting the parameters. Of course, it is a rip-roaring finale as well, with a vintage jet, the Red Arrows, and of course the Tigers parachute display team as well. So top up your teas and coffees, get the kids some sandwiches or whatever you need. Make sure you get another swim in maybe, just cool off, keep that hats and sunscreen going, and of course make sure those kids are hydrated as well. I'll be back with you in a few minutes time. Very tight on the end of the display itself, so I just thought I'd mention that now in case you want to use the next 15-20 minutes just to take kids around to some of those stands. And of course, just an early reminder, please, as you're thinking about going later on, I suggest you just stick around all evening. It's one of those perfect summer evenings, isn't it? And we have got a big firework display at 9 o'clock this evening. There's going to be a bit of a party led by Radio Airbourne, I understand, from about 8ish down on the beach later on near the screen area. And of course, enjoy the rest of Eastbourne as well. A lot of good venues to check out. By the way, if you've spotted the Invisible Man, do let me know, won't you? I've been looking for him all week, but apparently he was appearing at the theatre in town. I understand it was quite an enjoyable show by the sound of it as well. But he seems to have gone AWOL, as you would expect. Meanwhile, we're again planning your venturing home. The bus is, of course, staying on late this evening to ensure you get back until around about 10:15. So no need to rush to the car parks either. But thinking ahead, make sure you've got everything with you, won't you? And look after the children, listen to the stewards, all the usual rules. But we've got a really fabulous hour lined up for you coming up very shortly. before we restart flying, so time to think about getting yourselves back to the beach or your favourite venue, wherever that happens to be, and ensuring, of course, that you've got everybody with you as well. Very, very important as we come towards the end of the afternoon. And a reminder that the Western Lawns, if you wanted to go up and do anything up there, will be closing at 6:30. Okay, 6:30, that's before they all close up. Last chance to chat to the military, get any food or anything else you may wish, or have a go at a few of those simulators or raffles that are going on. There's plenty of them. And an exciting hour we're going to have as well, with a vintage jet come all the way across from Norway. The Red Arrows, of course, ever popular, and just perfect evening. It'll be a full-on display, that's for sure, this evening. And then finishing up, if it's anything like the last couple of days, really, really exciting parachute jumping. Minutes early. He's checked in with us already. The familiar sounds in a heavily Norwegian accented Ken Arkvila there in his FB52 will be with us very, very shortly. He's joining us from North Wales, just one of many outstations we've been using during the course of the last 4 days to ensure that all the aircraft do get here and display for you. So an amazing amount of coordination has been going on in the background with the airspace authorities and of course each of the different airports as well. So a grateful thanks to all of those. So if you're interested in vintage jet and of course the red arrows, start making your way back. And those swimmers and boaters out in the sea, please venture back towards the beach area if you wouldn't mind, just to ensure that you don't create any other incursions or interruptions to the flying display itself. Lovely to see all you yachtsmen out there as well, maybe listening out on 87.7 or streaming on AeroView alongside the connection through Eastbourne Borough Council as well and the YouTube channel. A great innovation. Good to have Luke and his team with us this weekend, providing that visual support and the sound being streamed through our radio Airbourne station as well. So running in now, keep an eye open for this wonderful looking vintage jet. It's small, it's sleek, it's quite nifty, and it takes us right back here. Please welcome Ken Arkvila with a little topside view from him in the de Havilland Vampire. So quite a development, this very early phase, of course, first generation fighters developed and manufactured by de Havilland Aircraft Company. The distinction of being the second jet fighter to be operated by the Royal Air Force after the Gloucester Meteor, and the first to be powered by a single jet engine. Work on the design of the aircraft commenced very early during the first years, 1941 thereabouts, of the Second World War. Intended initially as an experimental aircraft, of course the early days of jet engine development as well, albeit one that was suitable for combat, but also harnessing the groundbreaking innovation of jet propulsion. Eventually, de Havilland settled on a single-engine twin-boom aircraft powered by a Halford turbojet, later produced as the better-known Goblin. Great time, a lot of consolidation took place in the British aviation industry as well. It was an extraordinary period, the mid-40s through to the mid-late 50s as well. In this case, de Havilland marring up and matching up with English Electric to produce what eventually became well over 3,000 Vampires and various export versions as well, of which this is just but one example. Initially produced by the Royal Air Force as an interceptor, into operational service in 1946, and proved a very effective aircraft, adopted as a replacement for many of the older wartime piston engine fighter aircraft. Holds many accolades in its history, several aviation firsts, including the first jet aircraft to traverse the Atlantic Ocean, and remained in frontline service with the Royal Air Force right up until 1953. After that, it was reassigned to various secondary roles such as ground attack missions and pilot training, and officially retired eventually in 1966. Its final role was that of advanced trainer, being replaced by the Folland Gnat. There was a Sea Vampire version as well, operating from aircraft carriers, and was the service's first jet fighter. This aircraft, however, with that Norwegian hint, comes from the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. It's a non-profit outfit dedicated to keeping these unique aircraft in the sky. And Ken brings a selection of his aircraft across the UK every summer for displays. You may well have seen the other Vampire he owns, and of course the famous MiG-15. formed the outfit close to his retirement from airline work at Riga Air Base in Norway. It's just south of Oslo. Acquired his first Vampire back in 2005. The aim being to preserve them, of course, in historical and airworthy condition. Get them around the countries of Europe, displaying them to the public and educating people in the heritage and roles that these aircraft played in the past. Ken himself's got an enormous aviation background, both with the Norwegian Air Force, but also many years with the airlines as well. This particular export version is of the Mark 6, then redesignated the FB-52, a fighter bomber version. 100 of these were built and 36 exported to Norway in use from 1949 right through to 1957. It's gone through some interesting colour schemes in the last few years, interestingly enough. He originally purchased this back in 2011. And he very kindly repainted it to celebrate the Royal Air Force anniversary in 2018. And then went and did some film work wearing some Belgian markings. And now this most recently adding some Italian variations to it, displaying in the markings of the Aeronautica Militaire 6 Stormo Gruppa, the Red Devils fighter wing, in celebration of the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the Italian Air Force. So I think we've got a true European flying for us today, and an aircraft also representing so many European partners in the Vampire's history. Just a crew of 1. Max takeoff weight just over 12,000 pounds, and powered by, as I mentioned, one de Havilland Goblin with centrifugal turbojets, giving about just a little under 3,500 pounds thrust. Yeah, very sadly, as he's calling up for his final pass. Of course, burns a lot of fuel, these old jets, and you know, in his infancy, but fantastic to see them still flying here. And again, like so many others, just gentle maneuvers, looking after them with care, able to fly up to well in excess of 500 miles an hour with a range of 1,200 miles, so the ceiling 42,000 feet. Really outstanding machine, able to carry 20mm Hispano Mark 5 cannons, 8 3-inch rockets. Here, coming by now for his final pass. You know what to do, boys and girls, mums and dads. This guy all the way from Oslo, and literally the only chance he's had to fly is today, so give him a massive great wave. Ken Vila in the Norwegian Vampire, and what a fabulous view. He's looking down at you from his tiny little cockpit. Wonderful stuff, and he's such a genial and affable individual, big bear of a chap, and just loves bringing these aircraft across to see us. Busy guy, often still using in-service pilots as well to help him fly his different range of aircraft whenever he can. He's also got the T-55, the two-seat trainer, the MiG-15 I mentioned, but also a T-Bird, the Canadair CT-133. Which he enjoys flying as well. So, well, we all know what's coming up next, don't we? And it's really the pinnacle of aviation standards, and the most iconic team perhaps in the British aircraft inventory, known throughout the world for its excellence. And I've already seen Red 10 here doing his primary checks. And of course that is his main work. He is here essentially as the ground safety manager and supervisor. He'll tell you all about that in a few minutes' time. And what we wanted to do, of course, is get everybody down, shooting, shouting and applauding, because they've had a tricky couple of days. They eventually made it to us for Friday, but the weather was really, really not kind to anybody flying that particular day. So they worked really hard and doing a couple of shows every day as well. So just prepare yourselves, keep your hats on, keep that sun cream on, and of course fluid, and keep a good eye for those children. And boaters and swimmers, please come in closer towards the beach if you wouldn't mind. That would just be fantastic. Well, we'll just take a very short break now while we check that everything is prepared and safe for a very large, of course, formation at operating at high speed and close as well. Okay, well, it is nearly that time, isn't it? Just before we do that, I'd just like to say a big hello to Carlos, whose birthday it is tomorrow. Really good to have you with us this afternoon. And, of course, a reminder of just the huge number of people who contributed to this show, none least, of course, the acts that is coming up with us right now. We're almost ready to go, just doing the final checks, just waiting for the thumbs up from the team to ensure we're all ready to go, but I make it about 4 minutes, and of course we want you all to take part. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please give a massive welcome from Airbourne to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne. I am Squad Leader Graham Muscat. I'm Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. I'm just trying to make contact with the team now who are airborne out of Southend Airport where we're operating from. They'll be getting themselves ready before they arrive overhead on Eastbourne on time. If you just give me a couple of seconds, I'll try and make contact with the team, give them some details about the site, and I'll come back to you as soon as I can. I think they're a bit far away to get me on their radio right now. However, as I said, I'm Red 10, the team supervisor, and as such, I'm here to make sure the team adhere to the rules and regulations that we must do. I'll also give you some information about the Red Arrows and the wider Royal Air Force, and I'll also get your eyes into the correct piece of sky so that you do not miss a second of the action. It's great to be here at Eastbourne. Obviously, we displayed yesterday. Unfortunately, our display was cut short on Friday due to the poor visibility. And we've also displayed this morning, actually this afternoon, earlier on at Folkestone, so it's an extremely busy weekend for us. At the end of this display, we'll go back to Southend. I myself will jump in the helicopter, fly back to Southend, pick up the spare jet, and as the full team, we will fly back to Royal Air Force Warrington back to tonight. However, back to today, you can see that we have great weather here in front of us. We have three types of show. We have a full show, a rolling show, and a flat show. And that does all depend on cloud-based visibility and airspace. For a full show, we need a minimum of 5,500 feet of cloud-based, 2,500 for a rolling, and 1,000 for a flat. However, as you can see, there's not a cloud in the sky, but unfortunately there is some airspace restrictions. So, unless we get clearance into that airspace, the minimum that Tom can do, Red One, is a rolling show. But however, they will try and coordinate that with air traffic control, and he will make those decisions about 10 seconds before they arrive into the show area. As said, one of the jobs of the Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force, which as a service is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year with our quick reaction Typhoon aircraft. We're on alert both in Scotland and Coningsby in Lincolnshire and all across the world, protecting the interests of the UK, safeguarding our skies of the UK and our partner allies. In addition to that, we have obviously the humanitarian effort that we do, that you've seen on the news numerous occasions, through our C-17 multi-lift aircraft and our heavy-lift Chinook helicopters. And alongside that, we have also our whole force personnel, whether they be regulars, reservists, civilian contractors, and civil servants. And as one, we work together to make the Royal Air Force machine work. So I've spoken to Red One. They are now getting themselves pre-show. They'll get themselves ready. They'll prime the smoke and make themselves into wall position. However, Eastbourne, please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrow! The team arrive in wall formation. That's approximately 200 to 300 feet from left wingtip to right wingtip. As Red One twists them around to the left, as I said, that will indicate to me that is a minimum of a rolling show. He gives the command and all 8 aircraft collapse from that wall formation into 8 Arrow. Bringing the formation around to the left is of course Red One, that is squad leader Tom Bold. Tom is in his 3rd and final year on the team. He was also in the team between 2014 to 16, where he was the synchro leader. He's also flown Typhoon and operations, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk, Team Mark II and Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. The smoke comes on, the team roll out as the 8 Arrow present. However, keep your eye on the team for a dynamic shape change. As Red 7 and 8 perform a rollback and they change the shape from 8 Arrow into Vixen. As the team now come around to the right, you can see that top side of the entire formation, and you can see that if we were in a 9, we are only displaying as an 8. If we were a 9, we'd have number 9 at the back and we'd be in our trademark Diamond 9 shape. However, for safety and supervision purposes, we can only train 3 new pilots each year, and that's why we are displaying for the whole of 2023 as an 8 ship. However, next year is our own Diamond Jubilee. It's our 60th display season next year, and therefore our aim is to take us all the way back to the 9 for our trademark Diamond 9 formation. However, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the Vixen roll. As the team rolls to the left, on the right-hand side of Red 1 is Red 2. That is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Rich is in his first year on the team, an extremely accomplished and experienced aviator and pilot. He has flown operations on both the Harrier and the Typhoon, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. As I said, 8 pilots in the display this year. There are 10 pilots on the team, so 8 in front of you now. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. And of course, Red Arrows is a military unit, and as such we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, also known as Red 11. He was my predecessor as Red 10. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot and has flown the F-111 while on exchange with the Australian Air Force. And he also flew the T Mark 1 Hawk with the 100 Squadron in the aggressor role at RAF Leeming. You see the smoke has been on and off by Red 4 as they made their way all the way back to the rear of the formation. As the smoke comes on, they will roll out and pull them and get themselves to reverse around to the left in the first of our space-themed shapes. As the team come round to the left for the Apollo present. On the left of Red 1 is Red 3, that's Flight Lieutenant Tom Hansford. Tom is in his first year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot, qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he taught weapons technical information and frontline tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Reds 2 and 3, the smoke comes on now, as the entire centre section make their way rearwards. We've had the Apollo space mission shape from Apollo. We now move to the Eagle landing craft. As in our second space-themed shapes, the smoke will come on for the Eagle present. As I said, the second of our space-themed shapes, because the Royal Air Force acknowledges that future military operations are possible in space, and as such, we have developed the capability and we formed Space Command in 2021, and it reached its initial operating capability in 2022. Reds 4 and 5, now the smoke comes on as they move their way forward to sit once again alongside Reds 2 and 3 behind Red 6, and with Reds 7 and 8 in trail. In May 2023, the Royal Air Force celebrated the 80th anniversary of the Chastise, the most famous mission in World War II, to take out the dams in the Ruhr Valley in Germany, which of course was conducted by the famous 617, the Dam Buster Squadron in their Lancaster. However, 617 still fly today in Royal Air Force, modern Royal Air Force, with the ultra modern F-35, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the lightning roll. On the far right-hand side, uppermost, as we look at it, is Red 4, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his first year on the team. He is a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he's also flown the Hawk T Mark II as a qualified flying instructor. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 5. That's Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Red 3 last year, he's in his second season in the team. He's flown Tornado GR4 with 9 Squadron at Royal Air Force Marham, and he's also flown the Typhoon with both 11 and 12 Squadron at Royal Air Force Coningsby in Lincolnshire. All the pilots on the Red Arrows must have over 1,500 fast jet hours and be assessed as above average in the air before they can apply to join the team. Red 7 has now moved to the left, Red 8 has moved to the right, putting all the odd numbers on the left-hand side, all the even numbers on the right-hand side for the first of our big wing shape. The smoke comes on as Red 1 reverses the team round to the left for the Signet present. You will have heard in that radio transmission Red 1 as he gives the commands to the rest of the team. Are you going to be forgiven thinking that those radio transmissions are almost robotic and monotone in the way he delivers them? That's because we fly our formation by ear as well as eye, which means that the guys on the outside of the team are starting to put the manoeuvre in just a little bit earlier than before those commands are complete by Red 1. And this means that they're putting them in a lot earlier than those on the inside of the formation, which allows the whole wing to move as one instead of a ripple effect down the wing. The call is made now as the front section of the formation move forward, and you can see Red 7 and 8 in trail on that front section. As we get ready to deliver one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre in our show of 2023. Eastbourne, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the Red Arrows ride the storm in Tornado! Seven and 8 roll, go, the aboard call is made as Red 7 and 8 roll around the rest of the formation. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the formation around to the right. The red and the blue come on, and he turns the formation around to the right, making it even more difficult for 7 and 8 to keep that roll rate and rhythm going as the aircraft pass in front of us. You may be able to see on the front section of the formation, those aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. This is the small door at the bottom of the aircraft underneath at the back. This essentially means that the pilots are now setting a higher throttle setting, which thereby produces a hotter engine gas temperature. This means that the smoke burns a lot more brightly. It also disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, which means the smoke billows a lot more fuller, and therefore we use it in certain manoeuvres in the show to enhance those manoeuvres. As we come to the end of the first half, so far you've seen formation flying involving all 8 aeroplanes. As we go into the second half, this is where we see the more dynamic, high-speed, jaw-dropping, heart-pumping formations flown by the 2 sections. We now have Reds 1 through 5. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. And we have Reds 6, 7 and 8 now known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, who was attributed of taking the team from a 7 to a 9, and also attributed of forming our trademark Diamond 9 formation. However, Eastbourne, look directly to your front. Get yourselves ready for the start of the second half. Get your cameras ready for the detonator. Enid breaking first, followed by Hannah. You'll have heard a tone in that radio transmission. That is actually Red 6 communicating with Red 7 and 8, giving them the cue to brake. This allows him to communicate over the radio without stepping on top of the voice commands of Red 1. We now have the synchro pair. We have red 7 off to our right, red 6 off to our left. Who is the synchro leader? Red 6 is squad leader James Turner, known as JT. He's in his 4th and final year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot and instructor on the Typhoon, and he's also flown as a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark 1. The synchro pair now down at 100 feet above the sea. They have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They pass within only 100 feet. Each aircraft perform a 4-point hesitation roll. The turn call is made and each aircraft now turn away at 5G, pulling hard back towards the display line as they complete the maneuver called Cyclone. As the synchro pair leaves to the front, look to the right, and red 8 is coming in, streaming blue. Look in the distance to your left-hand side, and you'll see Enid formation in an inverted V. Red 8 lines himself up as he performs the goose. Red 1 gathers the rest of Enid. The blue and the red come on as he brings him around to the left. And you may be able to see underneath the aircraft a small tank, which looks like a fuel tank. That is actually the smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each of the colours and smoke is selectable by its own individual button on the pilot's control column. And during winch training, the smoke plan is carefully choreographed between red 1 and red 6 to ensure that we have the right coloured smoke at the right time in the display and that we don't run out. However, look directly to your front and you can see the synchro pair running back in with red 7 in tango formation on red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. This is the one you do not want to miss. The smoke comes on, the synchro pair split for the synchro rolling heart. The Red Arrows like to dedicate today's heart to the charity Combat Stress, which works for veterans' mental health, which the Red Arrows have been working with the last couple of days for the Medicine Ball Challenge, and they are available next to the Red Arrows PR tent up in the village. In addition, we'd like to wish a happy 10th wedding anniversary to Hannah Gorman. Lots of love from Matty and the kids. Give the synchro pair and Hannah and Red 8 a massive round of applause for a wonderful heart over the skies of Eastbourne. Keep an eye on the synchro pair, red 7 off to the right, red 6 off to the left as they once again dive back down to 100 feet above the sea. A closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll perform a series of barrel rolls in a maneuver called double rolls. As the synchro pair leaves to our lead, look to your right-hand side in the distance, and Enid running back in with the white smoking trail. The red and the blue come on as they perform a series of barrel rolls in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky. This is Python. As said earlier, there are 10 pilots on the team. However, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have over 140 personnel on the team, and over 130 of them are the engineers, the public relations, the administrators, the mechanical transport drivers, the DI team, and they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their coveralls that they wear, and there are a number of them up in our PR tent on the RAF village. Inside those Blues are 10 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft when we cannot take the full engineering complement, and they are known as Circus. One individual with me at every display is Circus 10, that's Corporal Phil Dye. He is with me today, however, filming display is AS1 Katrina Knox. She is filming the display on the beach in front for debriefing and safety purposes, and they are responsible for all the images and video you see across social media. As Enid leave, look to your left, look to your right, Red 6 coming in from the right, Red 7 coming in from the left. Once again, a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. The blue smoke from Red 6, the red smoke from Red 7, they will pass only within 100 feet of each other. Each aircraft performs a 360-degree aileron roll. Pull goes the call by Red 6 as each aircraft now pull up, trying to mirror each other. They're pulling 5 to 6 G as they go up, which means everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the shoreline. They reach a height of over 2,500 feet. They're now 60 degrees nose down, inverted, before they roll the right way up to capture that 100 feet as they complete the maneuver called Boomerang. Coming in from the left front, you've got Enid's formation as they perform the Helix. Red 1 in the lead all the way back to Red 5. You can see the Hawk aircraft, a great picture of the Hawk aircraft there, being in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976, and it's been the aircraft of the Red Arrow since 1979. Capable of going up to 48,000 feet. She can go supersonic in a dive, however, something we do not try to do anymore because she's getting a little bit long in the tooth. However, Reds 2 and 4 now move to the right-hand side. Reds 3 and 5 back to the left-hand side to form the formation known as Leaders Benefit. And of course, 2023, we celebrated the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III. As the team come round to the left, get your cameras ready for the colour on for the Enid Coronation Present. As Enid leaves to our right-hand side, look directly to your far right-hand side, and Hannah formation running back in. Red 6 now smoking white. 6 rolls inverted. 7 and 8 roll goes. 7 and 8 roll around the rest of the formation. Smoking blue is Red 7. That's Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. He's in his second year on the team. He was Red 2 last year, a former Typhoon pilot with both 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. Smoking red is Red 8, Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, known as Simo. Simo is in his 5th and final year on the team. He is former Tornado GR4 pilot, where he flew the roll demo in 2010. He also flew the Harry and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. Look to your right-hand side, and Enid running back in with the smoke trail in white. 2 and 3 roll goes the call as Reds 2 and 3 roll around the outside. Clear goes the comm as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the outside of the rest of the formation. In one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots to master each year, this is the rollbacks. The motto of the Red Arrows is ECLAT, and that means excellence, which means that we strive for excellence in everything we do, from the very bottom to the top of the squadron. However, we're also aware that we're only custodians of the motto for 3 to 5 years, and therefore we try to leave the squadron in a better place than where we found it. Look directly to your front, and you can see Hannah running back in, the white smoke on trail. 7 and 8 roll goes the call as Red 7 and 8 smoke blue roll around the smoke of Red 6. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah Vortex break. Once again, red 6 off to the left, red 7 off to the right, and red 8 up over the top. The synchro prayer, that's red 6 and red 7, will now pull up to approximately 30 degrees nose up. They'll go to about 1,000 feet before they make their way back towards the display line for their final manoeuvre of the show. They will dive down to only 100 feet. They'll have that closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They will perform a series of barrel rolls, followed by inverted flight to leave the display in a manoeuvre called crossbow. As the synchro player leaves to the rear of us, look directly to your front once again, and Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. The red smoke comes on from red 1. He rolls around the rest of the formation, leaving the infinity symbol in the sky for the infinity break. However, Eastbourne, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He will gather the rest of the formation to take them back to Southend Airport, where we are operating from today. If you'd like any more information about Red Arrows, you can look us up online, raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We're also on Twitter and Instagram. Yeah, we're on Insta and Twitter, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own account. I am RAF Red 10. Find me, you'll find all the other pilots. If you have any images to share, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up and share them across social media. Unfortunately, I can't hang around this evening to say hello to anybody. I've got to jump in the helicopter, get over to Southend, jump in the spare jet, join the rest of the team and fly back to RAF Waddington. However, it's been great to be here back at Eastbourne. If you'd like any more information, please look us up online. But on behalf of the Red Arrows and the Royal Air Force, thanks for coming out to see us today. Please take care on your journey home, and I hope to see you all in the future. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's not quite it, but please give Squadron Leader Muscat a massive round of applause and thanks from all of us here at Airbourne. Almost concluding, but not quite yet, what has been a fantastic 4 days of fun and frivolity, action, precision flying and camaraderie as well amongst us wonderful airborners here. Us happy breed of aviation enthusiasts in seaside shores. An absolutely superb day. Now don't forget, there is a firework display. The party starts at 8 o'clock on the beach with Radio Airbourne, and the fireworks at 9 o'clock this evening. Massive thank yous to everybody whilst we just wait for the parachutists to set up now, to a huge number of volunteers that have helped Eastbourne Borough Council put this together. But
sort of come down to take the salute, but he'll be giving a wave in a minute, and you'll see him, so he's going to dress out over to the cross and then start getting ready to pop the smoke. And in addition to that, I failed to mention her yesterday, and she got a bit upset with that. I also have Magnus the Toller down here, who's our assistance dog, there, just in case if anybody lands a little bit too hard. She's there to give them a little bit of sympathy and a bit of a cuddle, so then they feel really, really loved. So she is part of the team, one of our mascots. We're not allowed to have a tiger, unfortunately, so we had to settle with a dog that sort of looks like a tiger. The team have been trying to paint stripes on her for many years to make her more tiger-like. So just a few safety notes before we get on with the actual display. The aircraft has taken off from Shoreham. It's a Cessna 208 Caravan operated by the Army Parachute Association, flown by the pilot called Ed, who's a civilian, and he works for the APA. So the safety notes are, the first one is that we will be using smoke. So smoke is completely non-toxic. Okay, it will be deployed by the parachutists on exit and on their landing as well. And we'll also be using ground smoke to help identify the wind direction and any curl-over for the jumpers when they dispatch. So both types of smoke are completely non-toxic. However, they could stain your clothes. Unlikely that they're going to go into your faces because they're going to be going from the ground area from this side of the beach, and then they're going to drift down all the way along the beach, along the shoreline, so they shouldn't go anywhere near you. Hey. You could identify the wind by the Cyprus flag as well. Some of the crowd asked earlier what Cyprus is. Cyprus is one of our sponsors. Okay, they're a company based in Germany, and they operate, they carry out creations of automatic activation devices, AADs, and they sit in our parachute system. So if there is ever an issue, the parachutes will automatically deploy if it identifies you are traveling too fast, too quickly to the ground, and then they will set off the reserves and then save your life. So a very, very good bit of equipment. Costs quite a lot of money, and we're grateful to be sponsored by Cyprus. Hence, we like to fly their flag, and we use it as one of the safety fixtures. So the aircraft operating from Shoreham, we're flying over to the over in the headlands, over to the right as you look out to sea. So if you keep an eye out over there, you may see the Cyprus flag, the aircraft flying. You take Magnus. He's being really, really weird. So a bit of history about the team while we wait for the aircraft to sort of get into position. The team was formed in 1986 as part of the Queen's Regiment. So back in the day, it was known as the Queen's, and then the team was also known as the Flying Dragons. The Flying Dragons slowly changed their name as they turned into the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment in 1992, and then they formed the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, or wrong, the Tigers Freefall Team. The actual regiment changed its name from the Queen's, amalgamated with the Hampshires into the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment, the PWRR. And then we formed, and then we sort of took it a little bit further from there. Fast forward a few years, the team has gone through quite a few transitions. There's the aircraft there. And there you see the wind drift indicators have been deployed. So that was a quite quick flyover straight over the top of the crowd line. So the aircraft there is being operated by a pilot called Ed, and the display jump master today is Private Matthew Botwright. So Private Matthew Botwright's got quite a few displays under his belt. He's carrying out all the checks and making sure the team are ready to go, carrying out quick battle orders. So the wind drift indicators that were dispatched, they're made out of tissue paper, completely biodegradable. They're still drifting down to the sky. I'm pointing up to them now. They may land in the sea. These are there to represent skydivers under free fall to see how far and how fast they travel. We don't use fancy computers or anything. This is all done by the Mark I eyeball. So the display jump master, Private Matthew Botwright, and the pilot, Ed, they're circling and watching and assessing the wind drift indicators and seeing what they do and how they move. And this is going to tell us when to get out. Unlike everything else across this air show, we're the only ones, with the exception of the aircraft, that doesn't have an engine. So we're very much subject to the weather. And over the last few days, it's been pretty tricky conditions. However, today, is really good conditions for us. We've got blue skies. We get to a full altitude of 6,000 feet. Not like on the Friday where we got out of 2,000 feet. It was pretty fast. This time, we're going to go all the way to the top. In addition to that, the winds are good. Our max winds, for those budding spotters out there who'd like to know about the winds in aircraft, is 20 knots. And that's because that's as fast as a parachute will travel. It's a ram air parachute, square-shaped, completely controllable. It will only travel a maximum of 20 knots. Therefore, okay, that is our maximum limit. If it's anything over 20 knots, then we will just be going backwards, and that becomes very, very unsafe. So the wind conditions are also really important as in the direction they are. Because if you notice with Eastbourne, okay, garbled pilot jargon there. They were just confirming the heights they're going to get to, okay, which is 5,800 feet. So they're setting themselves up to get to the spot. Is there a salute?
Barney said to meet you guys because we're going to do some press off as soon as they drop.
Okay, no salute though.
No salute today.
Okay, cool. We've warned off another VIP for the salute because I'm sure the council are doing one. So there will be a little salute.
I don't think the council's coming down, so if you want to do it with someone else.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, of course. So the aircraft is circling up to altitude now. It's going to get sort of 5,800 feet, which means we'll have a full display. A full display will be quite exciting. So we've got 8 jumpers on the aircraft. We'll have 2 groups get out to see if you can spot them all as they exit. So out of the 2 groups, you've got the free fall group, and you also have the crew group. Crew stand for canopy relative work. This is where one of the group are going to scream down to earth, deploy quite low, set the landing pattern. They're going to have flags and they're going to have smoke, and they're going to be there to make sure everyone's sort of coming down land. While they're doing that, there's another group they're going to get out. Okay, they're going to be deploying straight on exit. As they get out, okay, they're going to open their parachutes, they're going to link their parachutes together, and then they're going to form a crew formation. We're not sure what it's going to be yet. It could be a Canadian T, or it could be a tri-by-side. But we're going to try something a bit different, so it should be a Canadian T.
Running in now will be about 2 minutes. That's understood, 2 minutes, only clear live drop. Clear drop, go, yes, sir.
All right, that's them coming in now. So they're in running. They've already got to altitude. They've got up pretty quickly, so 2 minutes, and then they'll be getting on drop. Hey, so this time, as the aircraft's coming in, you'll see when they're ready to go, there'll be smoke coming out the aircraft. Unlike the Ravens and the absolutely amazing Red Arrows, the smoke's not coming from the aircraft. It's actually one of the parachuters, one of these infantry soldiers with their massive guns hanging on the side of the aircraft, dangling their leg out the door. Okay, and they've got smoke on their leg, and that's what they're using to set the smoke and set the time for when they're going to deploy. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But 1 more minute. So in this last minute, it's going to remind you, if you like what you see here, please do look us up on social media, Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. Follow us, like us, send all your pictures in. We love to see it. We love to share your stories. And that keeps us jumping out of planes into air shows like this and away from our normal daily job of digging trenches and firing rifles and being standard infanteers. And obviously, this is way more fun. If you also like what you see and you think it's really exciting, then you, the public, and service personnel amongst you can jump with the Tigers. Just look us up online, send us a message, and we could easily strap you to one of the display jumpers, throw you out on a tandem skydive at 13,000 feet. We could send out a loved one, partner, anyone. You just give us a nod if you want a parachute attached to them or not. Okay, that's the aircraft going. There you go. There's the first smoke. There's the first jumper out. Okay, so we got the lead in there. We've also got another jumper there. They did a 2-way exit. You can see the 2 little dots. They did a little split. So they jumped out together, went down a little bit, and then they're going to start the free fall. Start the free fall motion. So here we've got the first group going. Corporal Eddie Rudd's deploying the ground smoke to help assess for the guys to come in.
Copies away. See you later.
And that's all canopies out now. Then the aircraft's going to move off tasking. So that's just the parachuters now coming down.
That was 9 away. 9 copies away. Exam Golf. Yes, repeat direct back. Send that brave. Right, that's proved. Have a good day.
Also, that's the aircraft back to Netheravon. 9 parachutes up there, 9 jumpers. You can see the free-fall group already coming down. The first one there, slightly different coloured parachute there with the red smoke. That is Captain Amy Coway. She is from the RLC Silver Stars, another guest jumper like Craftsman Paige Smith out there. So we like to jump with the other jumpers, a little bit of variety, and we like to help each other out. So she's got a slightly different canopy from the RLC, which is the Royal Logistics Corps, representing. Swiftly behind her, we have Corporal Hurst. Corporal Hurst is one of our part-time jumpers. He's based at Warminster. And he's flying the TSA flag. The TSA are the organisation that run this airshow and make this airshow happen. So without them, without the flight directors, we possibly couldn't be doing this. So we always like to sort of show a little bit of love to them, and then we get to fly their flag. So here comes Captain Amy Coway, screaming in. Last little trimming, getting in. Is she going to hit the cross? Whoa, look at that landing. Absolutely fantastic. Captain Amy Coway. And here comes Corporal Hurst, Private Barney Martin. Bit of a landing there. Then we're going to come in. We got Lance Corporal Anthony Highland. What a great landing that is there. Fantastic. Give us all a wave. It's all very good. Here we got Lance Corporal Gibson there coming in with the UJ flag, the leg flag coming down. Last but not least of the free fall group, we have Corporal Hurst coming in for Warminster. Look at that nice gentle landing onto the beach. Now, address your attention straight up. Look straight up, ladies and gentlemen. You will see a Canadian T. So the guys have formed, they've built, they've done a 3-stack, and then they separated down into the Canadian T. They just separated the lower flag. That's come off, and then they got a 2-stack down plane. So these guys are linked their canopy together, now pointing their canopies to the ground, and then they're hurtling at very, very fast speeds. They're going to get down in about 3, 2, 1. They're going to do a split. There it is. There's a split. So up there you got Sergeant Frank Millerick, the team leader with Private Matthew Botwright, display jump master, and then you got Private Will Sims as well. I cannot tell you which was which, to come a bit lower. But behind them, flying camera, you got Corporal Private Jacob Jackson. There's Sergeant Frank Millerick, all the way down, right next to Captain Amy Coway. Private Matthew Botwright. Private Will Sims. And then last but no means least, we have Private Jacob Jackson there, with the camera set up. And then he's down nice and neatly. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a team all the way down. That's us safely down on the ground. Lots of smoke. What's going to happen next is that the guys are going to gather in their equipment. They're going to form up, onto the tee. They're going to get their headdresses on. They're going to get ready for a salute with the VIPs. I want to say a good thank you to the Coast Guard here. No one needed to end up in the water, so they didn't need to get wet, so they're still pretty warm in their dry suits. A big thank you to Elite Medical as well, being on there in case there was ever an incident. And again, once again, thank you to the crowd. You guys have been wonderful. The 4th day at Eastbourne Airborne has been a fantastic show, and we're so glad that everyone managed to make it down. And please do send us your pictures, share and like everybody. And it's really, really good to see everyone. I do need to say a good thank you, a shout out to Sophie and Ruby from Radio Airbourne. Without their support, it wouldn't have been happening. So a good thank you for that. Once the guys have sorted their kit out, the salute has been done, the beach will be open for you guys to come in, and you come and take some pictures with the team as well. So please, if you're leaving from here, have a safe journey back. Don't forget to stay for the fireworks, and hope to see you at another air show. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Captain Oliver Sword Gurney there. A very excitable voice. Very pleased, I think, with that jump. Really, really exciting. Doesn't get much nicer than that, does it? What a fantastic evening to be doing this. Well, as he said, please don't rush away. I've got a great party and firework display for you coming up. That's going to be around about 9 o'clock this evening. Plenty of buses right through until 10:15. Please give generously into those buckets, won't you? We really want you to come back and enjoy this for decades to come. But it is a team effort. We've already thanked so many people who've helped us with this show. And, you know, hats off once again to Eastbourne Borough Council for bringing us a full 4-day show once again. It can be done, but it has to be with your support as well as all our sponsors and the aviators and the military all joining and clubbing together. I've had a fantastic weekend once again. Been really kind of you to put up with me for the last 4 days. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves and had a really great time. And we really will look forward to seeing you once again. Right now, though, I'm going to take a break. I've certainly earned myself a cup of tea. And I look forward to shaking a few hands on my way back to the car park as well. And have a great evening. Listen out on 87.7 now for the rest of the evening. It's my time to hand over to Radio Airbourne, not forgetting, of course, the people who upstairs put this entire show together in the hands, once again, of the excellent Dave Walton and his team at TSA Management, right at the top of their game, jinxing the programme on a day-by-day basis. So time for us to take a break now. See you again on the road another day. Good night to all you. Have a safe journey. Don't forget everything, and please, especially the kids. Over now to Radio Airbourne. Good night.